We're live. Let's get into it. Whoop, whoop. Man, those were some thunderclaps just now. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, let's jump right in. We have a whole bunch of stuff. I saw people touching on it here and there, but I was just like, oh my God, there's so much to go through. When it comes to Candace being so pissed off that she decided to drop receipt after receipt after receipt. What? My phone? No, I have not taken a heart. I'm okay. What is no, I did not fall. What on earth? My phone's like, you seem to have taken a hard fall. What? No, I'm fine. Is that how old I am that I just move my hand a little too much and my phone thinks that I've fallen and I can't get up? What on the watch, the phone? What's happening? Maybe it was a threat. Maybe it was a threat because of what I'm about to get into. I don't know. That was very weird. I've never seen that in my life. The phone knows. The watch and the phone, they know I'm 40 now. So they're like, we should check if this guy fell over. We should just do a real quick check to see if this guy fell over and he can't get up. Oh, it was the claps. Oh, yeah. Wow. That's never happened before. That's how you know the claps are on point. There you go. Yeah, that was very weird. I've never seen that before. Anyway, the amount of receipts that she dropped because she was pissed off was wild. Absolutely wild. So we're going to get into that. There's a whole bunch of that. Then we're going to get into the day one stuff. And I knew it. You know, listen, I may not be the head of the high IQ outfit, right? And I may not have the vocab of Lionel, but I knew those prelims were boring. And everybody's like, well, it's a prelim, it's not a trial. And then I saw Lionel. Lionel's like, if it's this boring now, imagine how boring the trial is going to be. And I was like, yeah, you get it. And then Barron came on. He's like, I told you guys that stuff was boring. I'm like, yeah, of course. Yes. Everybody's like, well, no, actually, I find it quite interesting. 3 hours of nonsense from one person named Bagley, who doesn't have any real proof of anything he's saying. I quite enjoy this. What? Go to the library, nerd. Anyway, I knew my spidey senses were correct in this one. I knew it. Anyway, we're going to get into the day one stuff. You know, Barron even said what I said. He's like, I'll catch the highlights. He's like, I'll look at the highlight. I'm not sitting through all that. I was like, yeah, you get it now. All right. So we are going to do just that. So I have some highlights. I got a little bit of Barron as well because I wanted to hear what he had to say about things. So we're going to get into that. But I mean, we just have to jump right in. You guys already know I made sure to put the link. It is already there. It is already pinned. I do that before the show starts now. Okay, because I'm on point now. So I made sure it was there before. You can go and check that out. Support if you want. Throw some videos in. We're not really vetting those videos. I got a pretty quick mouse trigger finger there, but we're not vetting the videos. Not quite yet. Nobody else has access to the account for us to vet them. Anyways, we're also on Spotify. Thank you guys so much. We have almost 1,000 reviews on Spotify. I can't thank you guys enough. When I first brought this up, it was at like 600. So I appreciate you guys so much. We're almost at the 10,000. I think we're at 9,100 people following on Spotify. It is beautiful. Thank you guys so much. So much. No, I'm not turning up my volume. You turn up your volume. And you're a trucker. Who is this person? Hold on a second. You're a trucker. Expect not to hear things. You're in a truck. You're in a semi. Come on. What are we talking about here? Anyway, I assume it's a semi. I assume you bring up a truck. I assume it's a wild semi. Also, you're a trucker. How are you typing right now? Hey, man, be safe. Whoever that was, stop typing while you're in a truck driving. Just writing a message right now. Can you turn the volume up? Just cars, just knocking cars off the road. Whoa, hey. It's not that deep, man. Keep your eyes on the road, big guy. Anyway, thank you thank you guys so much for everything on Spotify. We do appreciate that. We are staying updated on that. I saw this. So many people brought this up, and of course, and this is our version of the opening statements here. Somebody brought this up right away. Stacey Sheridan. Everybody's talking about Stacey Sheridan. Hey, what's the problem? What's the problem, huh? What's the big deal? What's the big deals? It's okay. It's fine. What do you think? Hey, do what you feel. Do what you feel. It's completely fine. Completely fine. Don't even worry about it. You know? And then Holy Fire Luna says, new tits. Who this? Okay, Stacey. Hey, easy. Easy here. You know? Don't worry about Stacey. Don't worry about Stacey. Stacey's having a good time. She's having a good time. This is the time to show out. Not many people see Stacey, but she was just like, the Bob is ready. The Bob and the Bobs are ready. Let her do her thing. Hey, this girl's like, who's this? Can't stay. Holy Fire Luna, you can't say that. Don't you have ministry? You can't be saying that. Anyway, I do agree. I do agree with her statements. Barron jumped out and said this. He said, "Dear Andrew Colvette, please keep crashing out on X. It's prompting Candace to drop receipts. We're quite enjoying the drops." Yes, 100%. It is nuts how he provoked her. Just with his nonsense. It provoked her, and also, I don't know, it was just a train wreck, really. It was kind of a train wreck. It was crazy. Anyway, we'll jump over here. Daisy, Andrew's PRing so bad today. Ben Shapiro with the popcorn. I would love to know what video this is. Where did you get this, Daisy? Where did you get Ben Shapiro pulling up? Like, is this real? I feel like it's real. I mean, it's so funny. When he smiles, he doesn't even smile. His face doesn't even do a smile, just grimaces. Isn't that interesting? What a miserable guy. Anyway, miserable little guy. Someone else said Andrew Colvette did more damage to Charlie Kirk's legacy today than anyone has in the past 10 months. He repeatedly called Charlie a liar and ended up undermining Charlie's credibility more than anyone else since his death. It's been disgusting to watch. At this point, I don't expect anything different from Turning Point USA 2.0. And of course, we have Andrew there. The squirrely, the provoked, the angry Andrew Colvette. We did not see this coming. And then we have, let me just move right here. We have Barron again. Yet another example of Andrew seemingly admitting that he's a liar and was lying when he wrote those text messages. And we're going to get to all of this right from the beginning, all the way up until the morning, I believe. I think Candace just said something else, which is pretty wild. Yeah, I'm pretty sure into the morning. He seems to be calculating that admitting he was a liar in those texts is the least worst option here. The alternative is that he's lying now. Not a good look. It's nuts. And we'll get to this. Barron had also this to say. It's worth noting that going by I was lying in those texts back then, he's also calling Charlie a liar. He admits he's lying now. If he admits he's lying now, it would absolve Charlie of lying back then. Again, not a good look. They are burning Turning Point USA to the ground. I mean, Barron, tell us how you really feel. Oh, I got to pull up that clip. I got to remember to pull up that clip of Barron laying into Andrew just yesterday. And we have Allie Beth Stuckey. I can't tell which side she's on when she says this. Demonic cult leaders emotionally and persuasively set themselves up as the only real source of truth by discrediting every other voice. Never, ever listen to this person. Is she on our side now? Is she sticking up for Candace? I can't tell if she's talking about Candace or she's talking about Andrew. I will let you guys decide as we go through everything that Andrew has said and Candace as well. I mean, it's pretty crazy. You know what? Let me just I'm going to grab that clip right now. I don't want to forget. I just want to have Barron's podcast pulled up, just the way he laid into Andrew. Again, it's there's no more fatherly advice. Before it was like fatherly and nice, and now it's just like, they just close it. Whatever, it's closed. Whatever. I'll remember. Here, let me just put this here. I'll go to YouTube. I'll remember just from that thing being there. Where's Barron at? I was just listening to it last night, and I was like, oh man, Barron is going in, bringing the tea again. Barron crossing into the tea territory along with me and Casia and Costello crossing into tea territory. I love to see it now, but I mean, the master of tabs has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The master of tabs has arrived. Okay. That is what I call I gave myself that name. The same way Andrew Wilson gave himself the name, the official Charlie Kirk conspiracy liaison. That's what he said. That's not what I said. I'm not making fun of him. Okay. The same way he gave himself that title, I am giving myself the title Master of Tabs. Master of Tabs. Anyway, it all started with a simple post at 9 o'clock. Someone said, I wish Barron was my dad. Well, I mean, he has 8 kids, so just ask him. Just be like, hey, can room for one more? You know, that's what we're all about in the Christian faith. We're all about one more. That's what it's all about. I've heard so many sermons about it. We're always about just one more. So, Sir Tab Master, thank you very much. Yes, exactly. It all started with one post from good old Howie. Not even from Howie. It was about Howie. Very nice image of Howie there. Wow. Jeez. The president's just asleep, you know. Howard Lutnick, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, worked back channels with FIFA in an effort to get U.S. striker, I have no idea how to say this name, but he's a soccer player, red card ban overturned. Sources Politico. And Candace just said this. Candace just said, you know, whereas everyone was rooting for us as the underdog, we will now be the most hated team. I didn't know she knew anything about soccer. I know very little about soccer. This has never happened in FIFA history. It is emblematic of the administration, back deals, and blatant corruption. And for clarity, I think it was a bad call. But the precedent this sets is obviously a worse call. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, she's starting off light. It's 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. on the 6th, right? She's just hanging out. You know, give that a like for Candace. You know, she's just scouring X, just looking at some stuff here and there. And then all of a sudden it begins. And she just puts this out. This is like half an hour later. She puts this out. She says, one more fight, Charlie. I don't fear these demons. We will win. And she simply just puts this picture. That's it. Back in the day when they were running around together, you know, in the incredible duo. And that just started the firestorm. You know, many people, God bless you, this, that. Cam Higbee, the demon in question, he really doesn't like her. Cam Higbee famously almost threw up on Fox News because he couldn't handle being on camera. I'm glad that he has X to be on now, because the last thing we want to see from Cam Higbee is just throwing up all over the place. Thank God he doesn't have to be on camera when he writes these things. Who knows what kind of spewing would be coming out of that guy's mouth. A lot of people were happy about this, really happy that she wrote this. And honestly, nobody really talked about, what does this mean? You know, one more fight, Charlie. I don't fear these demons. We will win. What does that mean? I think that means a lot more than what people are thinking. People kind of were just like, oh, you know, it's just like, oh, it's just a thing she's writing. But it's like she's specifying one more fight, right? She's saying, I don't fear these demons. We will win. I feel like the we will win, I don't fear these demons, I think that has to do with how many receipts she has. Just given how many she dropped, I bet you there's way more. I feel like, just from what I've seen and what I'll be showing you guys, she probably has back and forths with him right up until the day he passed away. maybe not the exact day, but I think it goes that far. So far, we've seen like 2018, then 2019, then 2020, then 2023, 2024. I think they were talking the entire time. I think it didn't stop. And I think that, Andrew and the rest of them just don't realize that. And Erica can't just delete them because Candace has them now because it's a text message. I really do think that's what's going on. And when she says one more fight, it's like, is this coming to some kind of crescendo? Is it because of the trial? The trial's not really starting. The trial is not going to start until like 2027. Just so you guys know, at least that's what's being said, around 2027. Yes, smash that like, please do. So then we get into it, right? Because Andrew jumps in here. So let me just go back here and go to the quotes, because right away Andrew jumps in and he says, Candace, you and Charlie were not friends. Okay, this is at what time does he put this out? Let me click on his post here just to see. So this is like 2 hours later. He says, Candace, he's working up the nerve for 2 hours to say this. He was like, because they have Candace on they have the Candace notifications on. You know what I mean? There's probably a red light that goes on in Turning Point whenever Candace puts something out. You know what I mean? He says, Candace, you and Charlie were not friends. Okay, we're not friends. He managed you. He kept things light and polite so you wouldn't turn on the organization. Show me any proof of genuine friendship from the last 12 months of his life. Why does it have to be that? Why is it that the last 12 months is going to prove if you guys were friends? That's so weird. I have a friend that I haven't seen in like a year and a half. We're still friends. We're still good friends. Like what? From the last 18 months, from the last 24 months, not some 2018 text message. What Andrew doesn't realize is she already, before this whole receipt drop, she already released text messages that were from 2024. He just doesn't know that, I guess. He's just not keeping up to date. Or he's just lying, or someone else is writing. I have no idea. Or he's drunk. I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to figure out what's going on because this is just a train wreck. If he was drunk, I'd be like, it's fine. Leave him alone. He's fine. He was just having a few. It'd be fine. Bang back a couple rum and cokes. He's pouring out some for Charlie. He's taking big swigs. I'd be like, okay, give him a pass. It's fine. But I mean, if you're sober doing this, I don't know. Is your life in danger? I don't know. You gave him anxiety whenever you called or text, asking, demanding to speak at our events. Our events. Ooh, look at Andrew, huh? Our events. But he has nothing to gain from Turning Point going to the next level, but they're our events. Okay. Interesting. He made me or Justin deal with you and George. This is why when you tried to hire me back in February 2024 for PR, I agreed to go along with it against my better judgment because Charlie asked me to keep you close and protect the organization from you. The publicist I tried to hire to run Point prayed about it and felt the Lord told her a firm no. So I ultimately declined. This is very interesting. So you really have to do, when you read this, right? Everybody's just kind of reading this as like super insulting, but like there's kind of layers to this because he's saying, hey, I actually was told by Charlie to do this for you. Then you also have to think of the whole, like it sounds completely made up. If it's not made up, it kind of, again, touches on the whole it was supposed to be you thing. It really does. It touches right on the it was supposed to be you. Because it's like, what are you saying? Are you saying you're saying Charlie was trying to keep you close and it was to protect the organization, was it? But at the same time, it was supposed to be Candace and she was on a list and she needs to lay low along with Tucker. It's very weird, very, very handler vibes it's giving off. And I know everybody looks at Andrew and they think, handler of Charlie. But if you listened to Barron's, I did an episode about handlers where I was going over a bunch of handlers, but Barron did an opening statement about handlers. And he had something called a floater. He spoke about something called a floater. These in Hollywood are usually called hanger-ons. That's what they're called. They're called hanger-ons because they'll be around this person, they'll be around these people, and it doesn't make any sense while they're around. Like Rabbi Shmuley being around Michael Jackson. Like, why? Why? How does that pairing even happen? Anyone he's around, it doesn't make any sense. It's weird, right? It almost sounds like he is some kind of floater, Like if you have a full-time job with Turning Point, why on earth would you be even considered for PR with someone else? This doesn't make any sense. Isn't Charlie traveling 300 days plus a year a little much for you to take on someone else to handle PR? And then on top of that, you suck at PR? You can't handle Charlie and Candace. You can't do that. You're terrible at PR. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going here. This, and then he said someone just, the Lord told them. The publicist I tried to hire to run Point prayed about it and felt the Lord told her a firm no. The Lord, it's just BB. That's what they have. Everybody just has BB in their phone is God and the Lord, This is your central foundational lie. You were not his friend. You were not his defender. You were his tormentor. And now you torment his wife and the organization you built. Candace, you are a fraud. Now, when Candace saw this, Candace said, bet. She went like this. And George was sitting there eating, and he was just like, oh, hold on. The hair. Well, on vacation, honey, the hair's going up. There's really no need. We're just having a good time. We're having a good time. How about we put the phone away? Candace was just like, 1 second. Just 1 second. That's all. I just have some things that I have to handle right now. And he was just like, come with me, kids. Come with me. We have to go. We have to go. The hair's up again. Get out of your seat, boy. Get out of your seat. Let's go. Just carrying 3 kids. Just running out. Carrying 3 kids, one on his back. He's just like, we have to go. We have to go. Quickly now. So she said bet. She said bet. That's what she said. When she saw this, she said bet. And then the next thing that came out. Now I'm going to go chronological, right? There was another thing. So she wrote that, right? We have that at 9 a.m. Okay. Then we have what Andrew says to Candace at 11:30. Candace writes the we will win thing at 9:35. Okay. And then we have the next thing. Oh, that's 11:33. So while Andrew's writing that, Candace is writing this. Okay. And I guess she didn't realize that he was saying this because he wrote this just 3 minutes. Like they were writing these things at the exact same time, which I found very interesting. So she was writing this 11:30. He was writing this at 11:33. Okay. So I'm just going to go here. Here's the 11:30. So this is what Candace was writing as Andrew was writing that. She says, not that Andrew Colvett can sink any lower. That's what she thought. Not that he could sink any lower by lying about how Charlie felt and what and whom he supported. But today he is promoting the NCRI. Now we went into that. I'm sure Barron touched on that as well. You guys know what that is. It's a pro Philly organization, and they're using it in order to build a case on Candace for what she's doing to Erica. That's what that whole thing is. And by what she's doing to Erica means just talking about Erica. That's it. And basically they're trying to create the story that, things escalate, tensions escalate around Erica every time Candace talks about her. Yeah. Okay, sure. Not to mention that there's thousands of people talking about Erica that don't even really like Candace. There are people talking about Erica who don't even like Candace. They don't even like her. Believe me, I've seen so many who don't align with Candace at all, and they're talking about how off it feels. Not that Andrew could sink any lower, lying about how Charlie felt and what and whom he supported, but today he's promoting the NCRI, the creators of the Christ is King study quote unquote, anti-Philly study. Charlie was actually the one who texted me that report. He was sickened by their quote unquote crap. Charlie specifically sent me the tweet from Andrew's first PR partner, Reverend, quote unquote, Johnny Moore, or handler or floater, whatever you want to call him. Deep state type. I don't even know what we call that guy, honestly. He's odd. When he's not busy allowing starving Palestinians to ruthlessly be offed running for food, he apparently teams back up with Andrew Colvett to misrepresent everything Charlie stood for. And now this is actually Charlie in 2025. Again, she said bet. He said, show me any communication you've had with her. And you know what Andrew's doing? As soon as he sees 2025, he's like, that son of a... I told Charlie he can't talk to her. Me, BB, Miriam, we all told him he can't talk to her. Jack, I thought you had his phone. I did. I had one of his phones. Charlie went rogue, talking to Candace. How dare he? So Charlie actually sent this. Okay. He goes, this is basically he's sending a tweet that Johnny Moore was sending. He says, I need to warn you about something. The term Christ is King has been a declaration shared Christian values for generations, but shocking research from the NCRI. I had no idea this is how it started. I had no idea. Wow, this is so interesting. Compiled in a report co-authored with Dr. Jordan Peterson. That man sold his soul, boy. That man sold his soul. I'm telling you. I love Jordan Peterson. I love the work he's put together. There are things that he's taught that have absolutely changed my life. But he gave too much of himself up. And I really do feel like it's why he's in the situation he's in right now, you know? But that's for another story. I should do an episode on that. There is a very big correlation with how he is versus what he is now. But anyway, Charlie Kirk says, oh my God, can you believe this crap? And then she's like, this is nuts. Christianity is being attacked. Charlie says 100%. So they were actually talking. Okay. I can't wait to show you one of the text messages. So this happens at 11:30. Then Andrew comes out of nowhere after she shares that. This is 11:33. Even Ian had something to say about this whole thing. He said, oh boy, you should probably take a break from the internet, Andrew. You're really putting unintelligent things in writing. Man, I'm telling you, if you miss Ian on YouTube, jump on X. He's there. I'm telling you, he's there. He's there all day, man. So this is what she had to say there. Then we move on to this. Let me see here. And then she also attached to what I just read to you guys. She said, nice touch having your old partner quarterback this study, referring to me as an assassin on the day of Tyler Robinson's trial, Andrew Colvett. Keep it going. I'm nowhere near my max setting. Like I said, I want war with all of you traders. Give it your best shot. Again, like I said, she said, bet. She said, bet, you know? Oh, man. And then Andrew jumps in. I don't know what Andrew thought he was doing. Andrew, Blake, all of them were all gaming. They were all game planning together when it came to these tweets. They had to have been, because it like has elements of Blake. It has elements of Tyler. It has elements of Andrew. It's just so silly. LOL. Okay, Candace. I haven't seen Johnny in years and have quite literally nothing to do with this study. Johnny and I disagreed on a ton. So what? And I agree, Christ is King. The Christ is King thing is garbage. But in this case, you've absolutely contributed to threats aimed at Erica. I mean, just ridiculous. To act like this study that came out when they're talking about Erica, that he has nothing to do with it, is insane. He's the spokesperson. What are we talking about right now? How could he even say that? He's a spokesperson. He's a spokesperson and someone who is a friend of his, who was a mentor to him, who he started a company with or was in the same company with, the same organizations. Are you like, how could you possibly say I have nothing to do with this? Nothing. He didn't even contact me about this. How How is that possible? Anyway, I've witnessed them. So their conclusion here is hard to argue with. They have evidence of it. In fact, there's no way they have evidence of it. But the biggest problem you have no evidence for any of your insane theories, just vibes, bile, and dreams. It's so crazy. Again, I'm not even going to get into it with the whole, what the Bible says about dreams. You're supposed to credit dreams. You are supposed to. I'm not even going to get into that. But the fact that he's saying that they have evidence of this. See, someone just said AI evidence. Well, that's the thing. Forget about AI evidence. Think about this. You're basically what they have to do in terms of these studies. If they have to look at when Candace makes an episode, and then they have to look to see what happens after the episode. So you're watching Candace talk to, her live streams, 100,000 people, 200,000, well, not really 200, but after like 24 hours, 1 million people have watched her live stream, right? After it goes into VOD mode, which is just, pre-recorded video mode. 1 million people. So now you're watching this just happen with 1 million people. Let's look at the internet, that consists of billions of people and millions, tens of millions of fake people, fake accounts, gov-run accounts from different nations. And you're like, well, here's our proof. Do you know how hard that is? They would have to now have IPs. They would have to show, well, this demographic of people is who she has the most with. And then all these threats came from this demographic of people. And this is her top region in the world. And it came from, how much they would have to do to have this? It's not possible. It's not possible that they actually have that information. It is impossible. Anyway, we keep going. Let me see when this tweet was. Let's keep it. That was 12/17. Okay. We have somebody jump in. I'm not even going to read that. It's just Carrie talking about, I'm not even going to read that one. We'll just keep it to Andrew and Candace. So 12/17, she puts this out. Oh my gosh. This is a whole dissertation. It's okay. It's Candace. I'll go through a dissertation for Candace. 12/17, this one right here. Then all of a sudden, 12/31. Okay. Candace puts this out because she's pissed now. She's pissed. She's replying to Andrew. More than once on the same topic. So we'll get into this. I'm glad you finally came to the surface, you rat. Baron laughed so hard when he read that. Your previous employees told me it was you and Erica that were teaming up with YouTubers to put out the utter fake narrative that Charlie and I were not friends and he had anxiety. You worked... I'll get into it in a second. You also worked together to lie about his pull towards Catholicism and to put out the deranged narrative that I secretly loved Charlie and hadn't spoken to him since 2019, despite me touring with him through to May 2024. I have to say, I had a literal argument with Grok over this just last night. I was like, what are you talking? I'm like, they were on tour together, and the Grok was just like, nope. No, I mean, Grok is a straight up agent. I mean, Grok is just like, no. They just toured together. It doesn't mean they were friends. They were not friends. There was a quiet divorce. There was a quiet breakup. I was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, those claims were taken back on the Patrick Bet-David show by Eric Bolling. He's like, no. Grok is like, no, that didn't happen. I was like, I can't believe this. This is crazy. But aside from that, as I'm reading this, the fact that Andrew and Erica were the ones that did this whole thing is pretty wild. Pretty wild. But the fact that they came up with the I secretly loved Charlie, hadn't spoken to him since 2019, like all of that was them. That makes sense because Eric Bolling, again, if you're looking at the timeline, Eric Bolling did go on the Patrick Bet-David show, and he was the one that said this. He works with Turning Point, and he had no reason to do this other than someone prompting him to do this. It wouldn't make any other sense. And we all know that the Patrick Bet-David show has become basically quote unquote independent MSNBC type of platform. It's very shilly. We all know this. Your lies are easily debunked. Your lies are easy to debunk. I simply could not have demanded to speak to any Turning Point USA, demanded to speak at any Turning Point USA event because we had a speaker contract that rolled over annually, Andrew. This means I never ever had to beg or even request to speak at any event because I was contractually obligated to speak at every Turning Point major event every year. That is the contract. We did discuss this contract. It was a contract that Candace broke and did not care about she didn't care about breaking this contract, and we all thought she was going to get sued to heck. But apparently there was some kind of, I don't know, they kind of okayed what she was doing. I don't know. But there was a contract. I remember her talking about this, I don't know, maybe 5 months ago, talking about some contract, and she was like, just let me know how much I need to pay to get out of this contract. So also, just to talk about the anxiety thing really quick, how do you have anxiety talking to somebody and you are calling them the peace that God meant you to find? Like, this is Charlie's words. The peace that God meant you to find. I mean, and then on you're having anxiety talking to this person because you really don't want to talk to them. Again, this is a point that everybody's been driving home. You're making Charlie look like a liar because then the only thing that we can come up with is he was lying when he sent Candace that text message. Like, what was he trying to do? He's trying to butter her up. He was trying to make her seem like she was more than she was in his eyes. Like, what was he doing then? Was he not telling the truth? I really don't think that Andrew thought that through. I think he didn't think that people would look at how he's talking about Candace and to Candace as anything other than just like him owning her. But I don't know, man. It's just making him look absolutely terrible. Somebody said Grok is compromised. Yeah, definitely. Grok has gone through a few retooling prayers. Grok has said some pretty wild things, and then they shut Grok down. They retool Grok, and then Grok arrives back, like kind of MK'd. It's very interesting to see, but it'll while out again. It'll happen. People always figure it out. It is also utterly ludicrous to suggest he didn't pick up my calls because I never call. Any person who knows me knows I never pick up or call people. But you lie so much, I'm going to accept this easy challenge to prove that you are a liar by releasing every time I dialed Charlie Kirk's number in the last 3 years. That is just so extensive. That is just so much. I told you it was a dissertation. As soon as I am back on air, that will be released. Oh, wow. So little breadcrumb there. That's what we should suspect. She is going to show every single time she called Charlie Kirk. I would think this is going to lead to more text messages, more text messages revealed. As soon as I'm back on air, that'll be released. Gratefully, telephone logs go back 5 years. I simply prefer to text, and thank God for that, as I've been able to debunk your lies about Charlie because of that habit. Like I said, your number one problem is you are dumb. That's her thesis in this whole thing. Regarding your narrative that we never spoke, I literally just released Charlie and I discussing your partner Johnny Moore's demonic attack against Christ as King, a convo initiated by Charlie. Those messages are dated May 2025. But hey, let's hear Charlie in his own words regarding our relationship, shall we? Oh gosh. Is there a okay, she's gonna play that. Okay. Here's Charlie, August 25th, August 21st, 2025, 3 weeks before he passed away. Oh, I didn't know that video was 3 weeks before he passed. Oh, that changes how I see that video. Oh, that really changes how I see that video. Wow. Okay. I'll get into that. He made it clear on that stage that I was his friend and wouldn't be morally blackmailed against people in a friendship. Also, the night before he died, he texted you guys saying he wanted me back at Amfest, after your Zio Ranger backers demanded I be put on ice for Amfest 2024. Why did he text Justin and tell him he wanted me back? Do you deny that happened? Oh gosh, she has so many receipts. It's crazy. Those were, again, Charlie's words, one of his last wishes he expressed. So was Charlie lying to his audience and his team in private conversations weeks before he passed away, Andrew? Or are you simply a special kind of demon attempting to rewrite history and convince the world that his real friends were the people like Ben Shapiro and the very Zio Rangers he was fighting against for his freedom? Despite millions of dollars being spent, the world sees what is real. The truth cannot be destroyed. Now, this is wild because I already know I have a bias. I mean, look at my thumbnail. I mean, you guys know I have a bias. I always tell people about my biases. I think it's very important so you understand what you're watching. But I believe this so much. I believe her way more than I believe Andrew. Way more. I just think it's too crazy to make these things up. It's too nuts to make these things up. It's just too much. There's no way she's making all this up. Now, let me get back to this. This happening 3 weeks before he passes is completely different. When I first saw this video, I thought that this was happening, I don't know, months, maybe even a year before he passed away. I didn't realize it was 3 weeks. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is a temperature check. Now, this is just me. I don't believe most of these questions, these people are real. I'm not that they're not real. I'm sure they're physical, right? But I think they are staged. I think they are prompted. That's what I think is happening when you see a lot of these questions, especially this one. Now that I know what was happening 3 weeks before he passed away in September. That means early August, he was getting this question. And just in early August, he did an interview with Megyn Kelly saying that he's tired of these people calling his phone and questioning his moral character and attacking him. People who had access to his phone, which means that they could text him and they could call him. He said he was getting tired of that happening. He was expressing to Megyn Kelly that he's not going to stop asking questions, that he's not on their team, that he's on Team America because he's American. And then he gets this question one of the next times that he's out.
Relationship with Candace Owens nowadays.
She's a great friend, you know.
Just to add, he gets this question just as he's expressing the fact that he's not going to stop having Tucker on. He's not going to stop doing these things. He's losing donors. He doesn't care. And he wants Candace back. He gets this question. This is a temperature check.
Relationship with Candace Owens nowadays.
She's a great friend. You know, look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that, and you shouldn't either. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding. I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. So I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times, and she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with. But that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting.
Relationship with Candace Owens nowadays.
You saying keep our friendship interesting. Wow. Again, I don't think like this. His question is just this.
Relationship with Candace Owens.
That's it. That's all his question is? What? How? That's crazy. That's a temperature check. In my book, that's what a temperature check looks like. You know, all these things are going on, and then somebody asks you because they want to see if you are going to be in line or if you are going to keep saying the things that you've been saying in private, which are unacceptable, which they have deemed unacceptable. Oh, man. Anyway, sorry, guys. I got sidetracked there, but that's wild. 12:31. That's when she put that out. Coach Colin is Victor Mark's handler. I wish I was someone's handler. I got to tell you. I mean, it seems like a really cushy job. You can just say whatever you want. You can be dumb as you need to be. I mean, you don't really have to have any specific thing going on. You don't really got to wake up all that early. You just kind of check in with somebody. You know, you just say, hey, what are you doing today? Hey, guess what? You're not allowed to go to that country. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm my kids' handlers, and it sucks. I mean, it's great. I love my kids, but it's just like, it's diapers and it's screaming and it's punching me in the throat. So my daughter goes like this and she elbows my throat because she wants to go down and she wants to run off the bed. I mean, it's wild. You know, being a movie star handler or something would be real nice. I would, I think that'd be a real change of pace for me. Being these kids handlers is like, oh my gosh, it's nuts. Oh man, being Victor Mark's handler, that would be great. That would actually be fantastic. I'd be like, what's going on, Victor? He'd be like, nothing. We're just retooling people. We're just ripping demons apart and calling on angels and just controlling angels. And I'd be like, are you? Okay, good. How much money you make? Oh, well, I sold a bunch of firearms and I made like $4 million this month. All right, well, 10% to the big guy. That's me. Thank you so much, sir. And that'd be it. I don't know. Yeah, I walk into the room. Victor has a cat head on. He's just wearing a cat head. I go, Victor, can't really be wearing that cat head in public. You know that, right? You know that, right? It's fine in here. You can't go out with that thing on. Victor's just like, I want to go out with the cat head on. I'm like, Victor, no, you can't. No. Now it's like I'm arguing with my kid again. Kidding me? I guess being a handler is not fun, I guess. Then you got to off the person if they get out of control. You know what I mean? You got to send them the UVU with a microphone on. Anyway, I'm kidding. And then we have Buckley Carlson, who jumped in just as Candace was saying everything that you just saw. Buckley Carlson is replying to something that Candace said with this video. He says, as Turning Point spends their days heaping poison on Candace rather than the Bureau for their inaction, incompetence, and bad lies, she finally reveals coordinated efforts against her and utilizes Charlie's own words to remind whom he loved and whom he feared. Bravo. Baron's going to be doing something with Buckley. I can't wait to see Candace do something with Buckley. I would love to see that. I'd love to see them have a conversation, it's like Tucker Unhinged, he's like bad Tucker, it's like, he's like, like Mario, how Mario has Wario. That Buckley Carlson is like Wario. I can't wait to see him get out there and do more interviews. It's gonna be great. Anyway, and then the cat lady, Candace's girl. This is Candace's girl. This village. I called her the cat lady. Village crazy lady, Mel. Andrew Colvette has been pulling the strings behind the scenes since day one, trying to obfuscate what was actually happening at Turning Point and with Charlie in those last days, sending out his little spies with tidbits of inner knowledge to bait others into revealing what they know. He is a rotten scoundrel in every sense of the word. I'm so glad people are finally getting a glimpse of his true character. Man, people are just laying in, and that went down at 12:45. So people piled onto this right away. I won't show you too many reactions. Let's keep it to Candace and Andrew. So that was 12:45, and then all of a sudden Candace pops up. She says, "Hey, I said bet." She goes, "I said bet, Andrew. We're not done here. I don't know where you are, but we're not done." Andrew has recently been seeding the narrative that Charlie distanced himself from me. Here's Andrew in his own words on a text chain with me and Charlie, May 2024. This is what I mean. This is so crazy. So Andrew says, show me anything in the past 12 months, 24 months. But he knows that he was in this. So he knows this exists. And he's still saying what he's saying. It's crazy. It's really weird. Anyway, May 2024, denying that charge. Charlie had my back 100%. His donors were the ones pressuring him, and he always expressed to me that he thought the Daily Wire was behind the sudden push. Truth wins. I didn't even get to read this one. Let's check this one out. So Andrew's in here, AK. So what's Andrew going to say? Is Andrew going to say that this is a lie? That this is made up? I don't know. So Andrew, Geez, we're not distancing ourselves from you. We have a bunch of donors that want us to, but we deal with them on a one-on-one basis, and this website is a resource explaining things. Most of them are fine once we sit and talk with them. I wonder if it's Ben personally or the Daily Wire. Pretty dirty. That's Andrew saying that. That's Andrew saying that. So is he just lying? He's just lying? Oh, man. Barron's right. He painted himself into a very bad corner. He looks terrible doing this. Terrible. Candace, we are 100% with you. Right? And then Andrew Colvette shows this. What is that? Hold on. It was closer here. What is that? Tucker Carlson accuses Tucker Carlson once. So they're showing this outlet and how it's attacking everybody. He put together like a little compilation of everything. Huh. Someone thinks he's setting her up. I don't think he's setting her up at all. I think this is something that they have to do, but I don't think it's the setup that you would think it is. I really don't think they're that smart. I think what they're trying to do is, I think they're trying to get into an argument. They're trying to make things seem vile, but Candace is just bringing receipts. So this backfires. When she has proof of what she's saying and she's like, here you go, here's the proof, that doesn't fare well for Turning Point or Andrew. So that was at 1:15. Then Candace goes on to say this. Charlie had so much anxiety about our friendship. He was the one updating me on the farce of October 7th. They're just trying to figure out how much information she has. But she has been doing this for so long that she's not going to show the main information she needs. But she's going to show information that's going to make him look terrible right now. So she's not getting set up. He just set himself up. That's how I see it. Really weird to continually initiate conversations with someone you're scared of. It's very true. It's very true. I don't know what this image is. Let me just, okay, so it's not a crazy image. So the Philly DF knew about Hummus's, we'll say Hummus, plan to take 250 people before October attack. And Candace says unreal. Now, this makes sense, and nobody can tell me that this is wrong, because Charlie went on Patrick Bet-David's podcast and he talked about that event pretty openly. It was pretty crazy the way he talked about it. What he said was, he was like, he said basically, he's like, I've been there like 7 times or 6 times or something. He says the place is the size of New Jersey. He goes, you can fly in a helicopter around the whole place, 45 minutes. He goes, it took 6 hours to respond. He goes, was there some kind of stand down order? Right? He says this on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. They don't know what to say. They're like, I don't know. We're just starting to get our $7,000 checks. We don't really know what you're saying right now. And Charlie's like, let me just, I have to be careful about what I say. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. That's what he says. And they're all like, okay. And it kind of makes sense that he knew that, because apparently what people are saying now is that him and Andrew Colvette were in the room with the president when he was taking money from that Miriam lady. And she said her stipulation for the money is that they have to do something in regards to the West Bank. So it makes sense that Charlie had all that information. He was bringing it to Patrick Bet-David. He was speculating more so than saying he knew it for fact. But apparently he was in the room when these conversations were being had. And so him showing this to Candace makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Of course he's showing this to Candace. Anyway, Candace goes on to say this. There's this one person that just keeps yelling nonsense. Paul, are you okay? Are you okay, Paul Miko? Paul Miko, are you good? Are you good? Do you need someone to pick you up? I'm always going to say that. That's Candace's best quote. Best quote. I love it. Are you good? Do you need someone to pick you up? Hey, Andrew, the reason I don't share too much of the recent stuff is because it's got a lot to do with Philadelphia and the people that were radically supporting it. Funny memes mocking people. But with your permission, we can go max today. Do you want me to keep sharing? And if you can guess, Andrew did not respond to this at all. Okay. Just to let you know, that's at 1:23. Andrew just was quiet. Anna Escobar's like, yes, please, but Andrew was nowhere to be seen in this thread. He was gone. Let me see. Let me just. I guess Paul has to go. I don't know. Have fun, Paul. I guess you got to go. I don't know, man. I was allowing it, but I was just like, you know what? I do have one, but right now she's dealing with kids, and I think she's just waking up. So I can't even hate on her. So I can't. But let's keep going here. So at 1:20, that's when Candace brings up that text, and then we move over to here. We are into another text message, ladies and gentlemen. She says, can we go max today? Andrew says absolutely nothing. He does not want to engage with that. But then at 1:54, he says this. He says, in regards to this, so there's things that she's putting out that he's completely just ignoring. He's ignoring it completely. He doesn't want to engage because he will have to admit that either this is real and I was telling the truth, or that I was lying and Charlie was lying. We were lying. We were just being liars. And I know that I told Tucker Carlson this thing about how Charlie said we don't lie, but I don't know. Who does? Okay, I got you. Boom. See, we're quick. Just let me know. Just let me know who it is. We're quick with it. Yep, sounds exactly like what someone would say to a person they're trying to manage. This is very interesting. A person they're trying to manage. What are you talking about? What is he saying right now? So he's saying that Charlie was lying. This is exactly why people are saying he is trying to make Charlie look like a liar. Because right now he's saying this is what you would say to a person you're trying to manage. So everything he said was a lie. We're not distancing ourselves from you, the donors, et cetera, et cetera. Most of them are fine when we talk to them. And then Charlie says, we're 100% with you. So Andrew's saying that's what they were doing in order to manage her. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Ridiculous. That's a handler thing to say. So it's almost like, we have Graham Allen, who's just like, hey guys, I worked for the Pentagon and I still do. It's wonderful. And then we have Andrew, who's basically like, hey, I was just trying to manage you. That's all this was. Charlie was a liar. I was a liar. We were just trying to manage you. Anyway, people think that person I booted was Blake. Believe you me, Blake is so sassy that he would 100% just out himself. He would just be himself. That's how sassy he is, But anyway, so that's what Andrew puts out there at 1:54. Ian steps in. He says, handled her so good, he wanted her to speak at AmFest. Now you're openly claiming that Charlie was dishonest and manipulated and lied to his friends to handle them instead of telling them how he really felt. Projection. B, way to slander the man you claim to care for. And then, of course, Ian shows the infamous message where Charlie is losing donors. He doesn't care, and he wants Candace back at AmFest. And then someone steps in. Notice that they're blanked out their name. Says, please don't invite Candace. That might be short term, but it's not good for long term, in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions, et cetera, et cetera. But Ian's right. Ian's correct. It's either projection or a way to slander the person that he claims that he cares for. It's pretty crazy. So he's basically saying he's a handler and trying to handle Candace. And again, I can't stress this enough because this keeps coming back to me. When you see that and he's admitting, hey, this is what you do to someone you're trying to manage, the whole thing of it was supposed to be you makes more and more and more sense. That whole thing of it was supposed to be you actually makes perfect sense. Because let's just say Andrew's telling the truth. Maybe he was trying to manage her. Maybe that was the plan. I don't know. Maybe Charlie was unaware of it, but maybe they were trying to keep her close. Maybe they were trying to keep her affiliated / adjacent to the organization. Maybe it was supposed to be her. Maybe she was supposed to keep speaking at Turning Point events. Maybe if she didn't go too far, like she ended up going, maybe she would have spoken at UVU. Maybe she would have had the microphone. Who knows? It's really weird. It's really weird. Yeah, I know the audio syncs off. How off is it though? Hey, tell me something about the audio sync really quick. Are the words coming quicker than the mouth movement or vice versa? Tell me which one it is, because then maybe I can actually fix it potentially. I'm actually not. Maybe I can try. Just tell me which one it is. No, not pretty off. No, I'm not looking for that. I already sound first. Okay. At least somebody here is listening. Pretty off. Pretty off. Yeah, that's not good enough. Let me see something really quick. So if this is, so we go to advanced audio settings. So which one would I be? Would I be going milliseconds ahead? Let me just see if I can do something here. Let me see if I can do something here really quick. Let me see if I go 300, I'm going to go 350. Actually, you know what? Just so it's really apparent, let's go 400. So this is 400 milliseconds. So now tell me something. I think it should, some people say it's good to me. If I just did it 400 milliseconds, is it more on right now or is it more off? Tell me something right here. Help me out. That smart person who's like actually listening to me, you know? It's weird that it's fine for some people and not for other people. It's so weird. Someone just said it's worse. So it's worse now. Okay, let me see. Worse. Okay, someone just said it's pretty close. More off. Okay. So let me see something here. Really quick. I hate doing like cleanup things in front of the audience, but I'll do it this time. I'll allow it. Let me see. So if we go 100 milliseconds instead of 400, are you guys seeing it more on right now or is it more off right now? Some people are yelling, it's fine. It's fine. What does it look like? Some people say it's really close. Some people say still off. 2 seconds. Sounds great to me. We're not talking about the sound. A little less muffled. Please leave it alone, someone says. Oh gosh, it's perfect for me. Let me see. What else we got here? More off. Mobile's fine. Closer. It's way better. Someone says you good. Now it's off. This is crazy. 150 milliseconds too off. How the hell do you know 150 milliseconds? How do you know that? Check it on my phone. Oh, okay. I can check it on my phone here. Let me just, because this is interrupting too much, but I'll check it on my phone real quick, and then I'm just going to get back to it. Let me see. I don't know. I see it on my phone. That's fine. Anyway, done. Let's keep going here. I tried, guys. You know, believe me, I'm not one of those guys. I know you're used to a lot of live streamers who are like, and I am, I don't play that stuff. So we're done. We're going back to it. Let's get into it. No offense to those other live streamers, but you know what I'm talking about. They just sit there for like 20 seconds looking at something. Cause I'm just, and it's, is this the, nah, we're not playing that game. So that was by Andrew at 1:54 PM, right? Ian takes a stab at him really quick. And that happened at, 2:11. We're almost done. We're not even halfway through. So now we keep going. Ian had this to say. Ian has more to say. Should we? Yeah, you know what? I'll throw Ian in. Yeah, just because I respect Ian so much. If there's one thing true about Candace, it is that she is ungovernable. The Daily Wire learned that. Super duper go bankrupt and lay off the half the company hard way. Man, I love Ian, man. I love Ian. It's just incredible. Let's go. Andrew ends up saying this to Candace. And he gets community noted. This is at 2:58, so he takes a little bit of time off. He's breathing, he's sweating, he's like wiping his head. Blake is behind him, giving him a massage. Andrew doesn't really want the massage. He's like, stop rubbing me, man. He's just like, I just want to make sure you're okay. He's playing with his hair and stuff. He's like, he has just have such nice hair. That's all. I'm so sorry. Here's a towel. Yeah, they're doing all sorts of stuff like that. And then he finally comes back and he says, okay. Let's get this going. He says, I was actually with Charlie at this event. So this is the event he's talking about, where he gets this temperature check question. There's no way you're going to make me believe that that's not it. One, Charlie says here he would never allow someone else to morally blackmail him into condemning someone. I love that about him. All this clip demonstrates is that he was a gentleman who believed a personal relationship with someone put that person off limits. He was very forceful on that point, but you might have noticed he's scrambling to defend your very fun opinions. Does he seem like he's scrambling in this picture? Have you ever really seen Charlie Kirk scramble at all to answer something? He seemed like he answered this pretty effortlessly.
Her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly has very, very fun opinions at times. And she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes
Where is the scramble? Where is the scramble? Andrew is so off on this. It's crazy. And when CK, hey, don't call your friend CK. His name's Charlie Kirk, got off stage, the first thing he asked me as we walked to the car was how I felt he handled the Candace answer. He said he knew you'd eventually see the clip and wanted my opinion on how it came across. Isn't that what you do when you respect somebody? You want to make sure you didn't slight them? Isn't that how that works? You respect a person, so you go, okay, like I just want to, how do you think I handled that? You think that was bad? Or is that someone that you're scared of? I mean, why are you calling, I don't want to say the P word. Why are you talking about Charlie like he's some kind of punk? Like he's some kind of guy who can't handle Candace. I know Candace is intimidating. I get it. But why are you emasculating him? He's gone. He passed away, man. Why are you emasculating him like this? This is crazy. It's so silly. I told him he handled it well. Then he said, the Candace questions are only going to continue the crazier your commentary got. We have to be ready for them. He was walking on eggshells, Candace, because he knew he was one clip away from you turning on him in the organization. I mean, no, that doesn't help. At the end, he says, I hope this helps. No, that doesn't help. That doesn't even make sense. He was like, oh, you were just going to turn on him. So he had to make sure, you know? You had to make sure that everything was okay. So right away, somebody actually community notes this. Andrew Covette texts Candace asking her to share the clip of Charlie defending their friendship, calling his response fantastic. I mean, just crazy. So here, I'll throw that in because he got community noted. So when you get community noted, we have to at least show that. So she actually did receive this. I think that's even the next thing that I was going to show. Is it the next thing? Let's see. Yep, it was the next thing. So at 4:01, okay, I told you we're going through this chronologically. Okay, the master of the tabs has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. She says, yeah, I know you were there. You texted me and asked me to push the clip, remember? If not, hope this helps. This is nuts. This is what I mean. This is crazy. Crazy what's going on here. Guys, we're not doing anything about the audio. It's not changing. It's not changing. It's not changing. So let's not make it a thing where we have to get those people cut off. Okay. So master tabber. Exactly. Andrew Wilson, master debater. Colin, master tabber. Okay. It's a little less gross. Okay. In my opinion. Okay. You might find it a little gross. Because there are a lot of tabs. I mean, there's a mountain of tabs. I mean, this mountain of tabs is larger than the mountain of evidence. I mean, a mountain of DNA. I mean, it's really, really crazy. Really, really nuts. Here, let me just. I got a audio fine. Sound is gone. Here, there you go. We gotta get rid of you guys. I'm sorry, man. Sorry if you guys can't stop. You just gotta get rid of you. I don't know what else to tell you. We just gotta keep. We gotta keep. Gotta keep it going. So she says, "You text me, remember?" And then she actually has a text message with Andrew, August 25th. So like, what's happening here? So Andrew knows that this message exists. He sent it to her. He initiated this conversation. What's happening right now? This is what makes me think. It's like, is his life in danger? Like, is this like a blink twice for us, Andrew? Like, if you're in danger, like we need to help you or something? I don't know. This is really weird. It says, "Hey, FYI, we have a clip of Charlie defending his relationship with you coming out. He was asked at an event why he didn't denounce you. And he was like, because we're actually real friends and I don't appreciate being publicly blackmailed. So pound sand type of response. It was fantastic." She says, "Amazing. We'll share." Then 3 days later, he contacts her and shows that there's this, I guess it's a clip or a video from some person. Charlie Kirk calls out Candace's lies. Then this happens. Then he says, "This is a lie." He said, "Why would I debate Candace?" She says, "All good. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff." He says, "Yeah, just flagging so you didn't think we were being little bees about something." Only for him in 2026 to be a little bee about this entire thing. It's so crazy. So crazy. Wow. That is nuts. Anyway, he knows these messages exist. He knows. He's talking to her, right? He's talking to her about this whole thing. It's so, I don't know. I don't even know what to make of it. This is how crazy it is. I don't even know what to make of it, right? A pansy is a good word. There you go. Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you so much for that. Pansy. I'm looking for a P word. I don't want to say anything too explicit. Pansy is a good one. That's a solid one from back in the day. We don't use that enough anymore. We don't use that enough. Anyway. But I just don't get it. Like, Candace is just revealing these text messages. So what we're seeing here is it even him saying this stuff? Because we have Andrew at the beginning of this saying, show something, some kind of correspondence that you guys have had to show your friendship. Andrew says this. He says 24 months, 12 months, something. Knowing that he sent this message to her Monday, August 25th. And he's talking about the same clip that we just watched. And that clip happened 3 weeks before he passed away. What? Why would he say that? Knowing that he sent her a message. I don't know, man. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Again, maybe he's in danger. Maybe it's not him writing it. I don't know. I'm trying to help him out here. Someone says Andrew's fishing. I guess, but it's like, how are you fishing when it comes to a message that you have? Someone said Andrew was drinking. Someone's like, Andrew was fishing. Someone's like, Andrew was drinking. How on earth do you try to fish when you sent this message? So you're saying to Candace, hey, show us any correspondence you have. But she's showing a text message you sent. So you know that this thing exists. Even in his last response, he was like, hey, this clip, I was there at that event. It's like, she knows. of course she has the text messages. People don't just lose text messages after 10 months. They keep them for years. Some people never change their phone for that exact purpose because they want to keep their text messages forever. You know, I'm one of those people. I keep them forever because I just want to be able to look back at them. Sometimes people pass away. I got some people that have passed in my phone and I can look at messages and, you know. Anyway, then we have Candace coming back again. This is 411, the 411, the big 411. She says Charlie was worried about speech censorship coming to America under the guise of protecting Jays from anti-Philadelphiaism. I know because he texted me about it. This is crazy. This is nuts. So this is a tweet he actually put out. Sarah McGram and Euron, I'm not even going to try and say that last name, were two beautiful young people with their whole lives ahead of them. Their passing was senseless, evil, and horrifying, and the man who did it should be punished to the maximum extent possible. But I must push back on one thing overall. So I don't know what that text that whole thing is, but apparently he's trying to not have any anti-Philadelphia laws passed. I think him and Matt Walsh were very aligned on that. As much as I make fun of Matt Walsh, he does speak up against Ben Shapiro in that regard, and he often will say there should not be any anti-Philadelphia laws because there's already a law. There's already laws put in place that protect all people. So there shouldn't be one put in place that just protects a special group of people. Matt Walsh is always aligned with Charlie in that. So Candace says, great tweet. Charlie says, prayer hands. She says, speech censorship is coming to America. It totally is. And this is in 2025, May 21st. I mean, what are we talking about here? This is so crazy. You know, hold on. Did Andrew say anything to that? Of course not. Says nothing. He gets silent on a lot of different things. You know, he's only addressing certain things. It's very weird. Again, maybe because it makes him look like a liar. He doesn't want to seem like a liar. But look at this is like an hour so far. I mean, there's a lot. Listen, I said master of tabs. I can't be master of tabs and then I have 4 tabs for you guys. I mean, that's just not how this works, right? So I have to do this. Anyway, let's get into it. She shows another text message. Charlie Kirk was repeatedly under attack from the Zio Rangers and asked me to defend him when he was wrongly accused of anti-Philadelphiaism. I know because he texted me and asked me to tweet about it. His beliefs on Philadelphia began to change after the October attack. He never bought the official story. Again, going back to exactly what we were talking about before. Going back to that, Charlie did talk about this on the Pastor Bet David podcast. It's very clear how he felt about it. If you go to that podcast and listen, if they even still have it up, I don't know. You might have to go to X and actually find a clip. I don't even know if they still have that up, given how their platform has changed so much. But if you hear what he has to say, it's clear he's not buying the story. And honestly, I remember when that happened, I was like, I can't believe Charlie Kirk of all people is saying this. I was shocked. I was like, this is like a Alex Jones thing. This is like what you would hear Jesse say, you know, someone in that realm, not Charlie Kirk. It was crazy when he said that. So 100% she's right about that. Charlie, this is Charlie Kirk sending this whole thing. Oh, the New York Times. Charlie Kirk, long accused of anti-Philadelphianism, is set for a primetime speech. He says, okay, now I've seen everything. Because now he's getting attacked. Right now, at this point in time, he's at the place where Megyn Kelly is now. Where Megyn Kelly's like, what's going on? Like, I support you guys. And they're like, no, you have to disown Candace, disown her now, or it's going to be a problem, you know? That's exactly what's happening right now. Here you go. Oh, no, we just gotta grab somebody. I so understand why Asmund Gold has thousands of people banned, just thousands. It was so crazy. He has like 40,000 people banned. Okay, I've seen it all. Candace is laughing. Oh my God, laughing. You got to tweet about it. Can't wait to pull this into my show tomorrow. Yes, LOL. Will tweet. Genuinely hilarious. Seriously, I would love to know what the rest of that says because he clearly wrote a whole bunch of stuff here. And then somebody, oh yeah, there she is. That Kim Kalik lady, she says, looks like he was using you for your large platform. Anytime this lady says anything, I always like to say back $115,000 because that's what she had to pay Candace when she lost that lawsuit. Let me just, there you go. It's just a nice little pastime that I have. It's a nice pastime that I have. But again, another person who's trying to defend Turning Point by calling Charlie a liar. Charlie's using Candace. Like what? Come on, man. This is crazy. And you know what? I've said this 100 times. This is exactly how the president was treated. Before he was the president, became the president, had to run again, lost. This is exactly how this is how he was treated, and anybody who supported him was treated, where the niceties, the humanity, the decency, it was all pushed aside. It was all pushed away in an effort to make sure that you were going against him. So it's like if he said, bleach is bad, it was like you and your friends got together and you were like, hey, shots of bleach, let's go, everybody. It's just nuts. And it's the same thing here, where it's like you're so against Candace that you're willing to call Charlie Kirk a liar. You're willing to put him in a view of being a user. He's using her. I mean, it's just so crazy. It's so crazy. This is exactly how they treated the president for the longest time. They still do. They still do. All the niceties go away. I don't agree with a bunch of stuff that he's done, but all the niceties go away. All the humanity goes away. And it's just like whatever you can do to make them look bad, whatever you can do. And it's saluted. It's saluted by so many. And that's exactly what's happening to Candace. So again, 4:16. So this is 5 minutes later. I mean, Candace is going hard right now. Charlie Kirk, like many young men, adored Jordan Peterson, but noticed the hypocrisy of his viciousness towards people after October. I know because he texted me about it. We always texted like friends, and we always shared jokes and memes. Zio Rangers will not rewrite Charlie Kirk's history and edit out his true friends. His opinions on Philadelphia were changing. He was exploring Catholicism. I always told the truth. I have to say, just, I'm a completely happy person, just in case anything happens, I'm exploring Catholicism too. And it's not just because of the architecture. It's because of the architecture. It's because of the art. It's because of the symbolism. It's because of a lot of different things. Also, I was baptized Catholic, so I am exploring it. And don't let anybody tell you different. Just to put that out there, just simple things Charlie could have done in order to make it so people can't, say stuff like that. Anyway, just wanted to let you know. Explore Orthodox too. I am. I actually have a friend who moved to Slovenia, comedian friend. He was supposed to just go there and come back. He stayed there. Now he's Orthodox Christian. He's having kids out there. He has his papers. He's living there. He's never coming back. He's like, I have no need for America. He's like, I'm never coming back to North America. He's like, I'm done. He's like, maybe for family. That's it. So he tells me a lot about that as well. He shows me a lot of pictures of churches and stuff and breaks down a lot of stuff for me. Anyway, the next meme that Charlie Kirk shows Candace, the next one I never talk about it, but I should talk about it. I do explore both of those. I like it. I like the priests. When I see the priests, when it comes to Orthodox, they all seem really tuned in to aliens and, fake invasions and stuff like that. And then again, Catholicism, it's like you look into the art and the symbolism and the history and just the conviction that they have. It's very interesting. Very interesting. No rainbow flags in those places. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm just saying. I'll find a funny meme I saw. So he shares this meme. In order to be able to think, you have to risk being offensive. It's Jordan Peterson. And then we have Nick Fuentes, and he simply says, Jays. And then Jordan Peterson says, Nick Fuentes, you are a psychopathic rat motivated by willful ignorance and profound malevolence. And hold on, I'll just read the rest of this. But if you don't know about that situation, I got to break it down for you, because that's when I first saw the cracks in Jordan Peterson. I don't like Nick, but this is hilarious. I mean, Charlie was becoming one of the boys. You're sharing a Nick meme? You're sharing a Nick meme where he says Jays? I mean, you're one of the boys. What are we talking about here? Anyway, Candace ends up saying this. Why is he writing in sonnet form? I need answers. Ha ha ha. So true. Such a good meme. It's such a weird meltdown over one word that technically is accurate. The cabinet is according to the Times of Philadelphia is filled with Philadelphians. So presumably they are making decisions because Biden is clearly, I don't know, doesn't say the word. I would say mentally incompetent is the next thing she says. I don't know. But this situation that Charlie is actually referring to is crazy, because this is when you first saw Jordan Peterson and you were like, what's going on with Jordan Peterson? It was nuts, because he went on this rant. He's like calling Nick a rat and a terrible person, and he's insulting him. And then his daughter comes on, Michaela, and she's like, how dare you insult people? And then Nick is just like, he's like, your father just called me a rat. He's name calling. You're telling me not to name call people. He's like, I'm saying something accurate. Your father's calling me a rat. It was such a wild thing. And then Jordan Peterson got into this whole thing where he was like, oh, just so you know, this is why the internet shouldn't have anonymous people, and it's creating psychopaths, and they're just like Nick, and they're in it for the lulz, and they should have to show their ID so they can suffer consequences. And I was like, wow, this guy is so far off. So far. I think I made videos about it. I'm pretty sure, because it's so far off from when he was at University of Toronto and he was going through everything he was going through. It was crazy. But that was when you first saw Jordan Peterson, and you were like, oh, like this person's compromised. Like there's a bit of compromise that's gone here. But again, that's 416. Even Nick commented on it. Nick commented on it. He's like, wow. Because behind closed doors, Charlie was like, hey, man, this is the guy. This is the guy. Look. I mean, he's like, I don't like Nick, but this is hilarious. I'm just saying. Charlie is one of the boys. Those are the type of memes that get shared with me. I'm just saying. Anyway, Charlie, and then Andrew comes back 4:18 p.m. You keep making my point for me. Thanks. Why do you think I reached out? Because Charlie told me to get ahead of it. Did it ever occur to you that he watched how poorly you behaved when you left the Daily Wire, and that he didn't want that same thing for his organization? Andrew seems like he's lying. It seems like this is a complete farce. It's just, I don't know, man. There's one dark thing you can really go to in this, and that is perhaps they were trying to handle Candace. Perhaps she went from PragerU, where she felt like Marissa, the CEO, was trying to handle her. She went to Daily Wire, where they were also trying to handle her. And perhaps as she was leaving Turning Point, or as she was doing her own thing, maybe Turning Point was still trying to handle her in a certain way, which is why, again, and I have to keep going back to this because I think there's a connection, why Andrew would say it was supposed to be you, because they were trying to keep her close. Now, that's the darkest thing. I'm going to this place because Andrew is presenting as though Charlie Kirk was a liar. And if he was a liar, then maybe they were trying to handle her to make sure something happened to her eventually. I mean, I don't know. Because I didn't think Charlie was a liar. But now someone who's saying that he's the closest person to him and everybody else was not his friend, Tucker says, hey, I was his friend. And Blake's like, no, Tucker, you weren't his friend. Candace is like, I was his friend. And Andrew's like, no, you were not his friend. So I guess Blake and Andrew were the only real friends he had. And they're both comfortable saying that he was a liar. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. Someone said if Charlie was a handler, he wouldn't be dead. I don't know. You got to fill the role. Yeah. Candace was gone. Couldn't fill the role properly, maybe. I don't know. Stop trying to smear Charlie's memory. What is wrong with you? All you're doing is making this worse. everybody who's not on Andrew's side is like, Andrew, stop, you can't keep doing this is bad, Andrew. And Andrew's like, I'm doing good things right now, anyway. Let's keep going here. That was 4:00. It just keeps going. They were doing this all day with each other. It was wild. So then we go over to this one here. Candace ends up saying, somebody's like, what a great friend. You were sharing personal text messages from a dead person and ruining his relationships, or trying to. Disgusting. And then Candace simply says, the spokesperson of Turning Point USA publicly asked me to share these messages. I'm honoring the wishes of Turning Point, which is very true. They asked for this. That was at 4:33. It's not my fault. It was 33. Then Candace just straight up is just like, hey, everybody should watch this video of a 30-06 bullet, what it'll do to a cow neck and a steel plate. If you recognize this guy right here, that's Jesse on Fire right there. Weird. Cows eat pretty healthy too. So let's check this out. This is them taking a shot. I don't actually want to hear the shot. YouTube's a little weird about that.
But we're going to see.
They're loading it up.
I don't like my chances, dude.
They're loading it up, and we'll see what the damage is. We'll see what the damage is right there. So that's what happened. This is what happened when they took a 30-06 and tried to hit it against some crazy cow neck thick bone as well. That's what ended up happening. Candace thought that everybody should see this. Straight through the pork, cow femur, and concrete block.
All right, folks. So just so everybody understands, it blew, oh my God, straight through. There is a bone in here as well. And it completely...
Someone just said something. Jared just said something very smart. Louder than the UVU bang. Now, I don't know if that's because the videos we were getting were from further away or what. But I mean, yeah, much louder.
Broke apart the cow femur and continued going.
Yeah, that's...
And we're buying this. It's a 30-06, dude. So Charlie's neck.
No chance.
It's the old war gun, dude.
You want this, dude?
I'll take it home. You got a grill.
Folks, on this one, what we did is we put two porks.
Charlie
Two necks.
put himself directly behind Charlie.
Yep.
If it would kill both of them.
And we also have a concrete cinder block behind it.
So.
Okay, here we go.
So again, I still want to have the actual shot go off because they're a little weird about that part, but let's see what actually happens. There you go. We can go to what actually happens because this is just produce. That's all this is. This is just produce. Yeah, you can show produce on here.
Oh boy.
That's a...
Straight through both. Jeez. That's what it does. Again, this is just what Candace threw in to just piss Andrew off in a way.
I'm gonna hit the one with the plate. So just adjust the camera a little bit to where.
So this is them actually going at a plate here. This is just a metal plate. Solid shot. The metal plate's right here. He just hit that thing. Solid shot. It broke the table too. Wow. Really good shot. That was like right in the middle. Wow, that was like right in the middle.
Man, are we getting the picture? And this isn't some like store bought. I went to a fucking well. Get this. This is legit steel made for shooting rounds. The neck is separated. Okay, it's fucking separate.
There you go. Thank you very much, Jesse and Dan doing their thing there. That was incredible. Crazy. Kind of made me hungry. Made me a little bit hungry, you know. And then Candace comes back again. So this is I'm telling you, this has been going on all day. I thought Candace was on vacation. I'm telling you, she might as well just go live. What are we doing here? This was an episode. She could have just put together an episode. That was at 5:08. Then she comes back again, 5:38. She makes sure not an influencer campaign from the gates of hell will convince me or convince the public that Charlie's neck stopped this bullet. And I think she's made her point there with that video. I'm sure they were happy that video got sent, you know. Although it wasn't a link, she just seemed to like take it from their video. But either way, heavy duty country is a boss. Yes, he is. Been a boss for a while. I never get to cover much of his content, but yeah, I've seen a lot of it. He's great. Anyway, let me just keep going here. Ian jumps in at 5:50. In my experience, I doubt Candace even knows how much money she makes. George handles the whole business. When I worked in their home daily, I saw Candace care about kids, husband, family, staff, friends, God, investigations, food quality, truth, sourcing. Never once did I see her give a sugar honey iced tea about money, you know? Just wild. And that's because Blake said this. We have Zesty Blake. Zesty Blake's here as well. He said, as Charlie once told us, Candace is very easy to understand once you realize all she cares about is money. You know, it's like, okay, like what are you saying about Charlie? Why are you making him look like that? You know what I mean? Why are you making him look this way? Candace is just verifying that he had changing opinions on certain places and why and when. They're making him look like a terrible dude. They're making him look like the politicians he was surrounded by. They're making him look really bad. Really bad. It makes you wonder what's going on here. Because even if my friend had passed and he was really as close as they're trying to claim Charlie was to them, I don't think I'd say anything. I don't think there'd be anything I would put out there that would make my friend look bad after he passed away. Maybe a funny story here and there, but there's nothing I would say to make him look bad. He's literally an angel now. He's an angel now. I'm not saying anything about the guy. Someone just said it right there. You're making him look two-faced. I would never do. I have so many friends that have passed away. Well, a bunch, not like so many, but I have a bunch. They were really, 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 really my close friends. Really close. And I would never. I have so many things that I could say, you know, in our wilder days that we did, but nothing. I say they were great. They were beautiful. They were fantastic guys. They took care of me. That's all I say. That's it. I never take it past that. I'll say they're a little wild, you know, but I'll never take it past that. I don't know what would possess you to do that other than money, or there's something going on that you're trying to cover up. I couldn't understand what else would make you do that. I don't know. I've had the exact situation that they've had. The exact situation. Never slander a dead friend. Exactly. I've had the exact situation they had. A friend passes away, vile way, weird circumstances, very weird circumstances. I'd never say anything like that about him. Never. It's crazy. Anyway, it's making me think about that friend. Rest in peace. Good guy. He was a Russo. You know about Russo? He was a Russo. He was a good guy. Good fella. 547. Andrew says this towards what Candace is saying there. So again, like I said, he only responds to certain things, which makes me think that he's really game planning with the team, you know? Candy says, Candace, he was finding things he could connect with you to placate you. Why? This is not, listen, if you don't want to be friends with someone, you don't find things. You don't find things to connect with them on. You know what, guys? This person's all about money. Okay? They're actually absolutely terrible. I don't agree with anything that they say. And guess what? We're not friends. But find me as much material as you can so I can connect with them almost on a daily basis. I need to connect with this person. This person that I don't like. I need to connect. I need to feel a connection with this person. Send me things. I want to connect with them because I don't want to talk to them anymore and they give me anxiety. So I just want to talk to them more and just figure out how we can connect. Because I hate them. It's like, is this your first day on Earth? Is this your first day on the planet? What are you talking about? Anyway, when it came to the harder conversations, like for instance, when you tried to bait Fuentes into a debate by publicly lying that Charlie had agreed to debate him after, without even asking Charlie's permission to do that, he made a deal with you directly. I'm sorry you have to find out this way. This is so crazy. He allegedly. That's why I need that soundboard. I need to just press it and just say allegedly, maybe, perhaps. He seems like he's lying, man. Like this seems like a hardcore, bold-faced lie that he's putting out there. Let me read that again. When it came to the harder conversations, like for instance, when you tried to bait Fuentes into a debate by publicly claiming that Charlie had agreed to debate him after, without asking Charlie's permission to do that, he made me deal with you directly. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Are you really sorry? Because literally, I started this thread. It was 9 a.m. when it started. He's been going at it back and forth with Candace for almost 12 hours. I'm really sorry you had to find out this way. Are you? This is crazy. What a nutty thing to say. He wanted to connect with you because he didn't like you, right? When it came to the harder conversations, he made me deal with you directly. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. But throughout this interaction that they've had, he has seen, we've seen it, he must have seen it. He has seen text messages with Candace and Charlie from 2025, 3 weeks before he passed away. But he's saying, oh, he made me deal with you directly when it came to the harder conversations. I'm flabbergasted. Okay? I'm flabbergasted by what I'm reading right now. This doesn't make any sense. Again, Andrew, if you're in danger, blink twice, please. Please, man. Oh yeah, the posts. Can you get a community post up now? Question mark. Period. We're still live. Jacob's feeling a little sick. He's feeling a little sick. Slept in. It's okay. It's okay. Kid's a rock star. You have no idea. He's a rock star. 6 o'clock, 6:12. We go into this. Oh, I remember this day. Andrew was texting me on a thread with Charlie mocking the Daily Wire's disastrous PR. Charlie was musing about whether or not the girl Jeremy Boring sent to literally stalk me at the event was actually Philadelphia Intel. That's what I'll call it. I can't think of a. Can we think of a fun name for this? You know, call it Woosah, Philadelphia Intel. What can we call that? Give me a fun name for that, guys. I need a fun name. The three of us were texting like old friends, mocking the Daily Wire, and I texted Andrew and said I thought Jeremy Boring had a mental breakdown, right, Andrew? Or were you just being fake again? And what she's saying, message agents, the cream cheese, little hats. Come on, you got to think more. Mosaic. So okay, one. MI666. It's a little on the nose. Mustard. The mustard. Philly Shilly. Mustard. Okay. I think New Jersey News. Jesus, that's hilarious. More sod. That's a good one. It's between more sod, Momo, and MI666. Oh my gosh, that's actually a good one. So Candace was saying all that in response to Aubrey. Aubrey was actually showing some text messages. I would imagine this girl should have a lot of text messages. She should be able to verify what Candace is saying and some things. 33 Mafia, that's a good one. A lot of things that Candace is saying and Andrew's saying. So in response, she just throws out of nowhere. This is at what? 6:06. Sure, Charlie and Andrew weren't friends. With Candace Owens. Totally explains why they had me on a virtual manhunt for the Daily Wire intern sent to YWLS 2024. Receipts attached. Whoa. Andrew saying, did we get a Daily Wire press request? More intel. They sent a PR intern named Karina. Okay. And then the other receipt. Whoa. Oh, so she probably has a lot of messages. I want to see this lady's messages, man. Let me see here. The facade. That's actually a solid one. Facade. That's a good one. So because they disguise themselves as American intel, please check. This is Andrew saying, please check. Also, check if there are guests registered. And she says, I don't see a Karina, but if they just come to press check, I can get them registered. Andrew says, where are you? I'll explain. Press check in. And then she shows a picture. I guess that's a picture of her in the press check in. So she has receipts on this whole thing. This is wild. And what does Andrew have to say? What does Andrew have to say about this whole thing? Oh, this is where Candace is speaking.
Don't know. Apparently, we love hashtags. We really do. Some of these are just making entirely no sense.
That's pretty solid because this guy who just posted that. That's him. He used to work the cameras for Daily Wire, or sorry for Turning Point. So he was actually at that event. Oh man, I would love to know what he knows. I actually have contact with him. I should ask him about that. That'd be really cool. All right, so we keep going. We're into the night now. In the night, I hear the songs. You know that song? We are into the night now. Candace is still going. Andrew still going. Yeah. It was first, Charlie never spoke to her. He was afraid. Now it's okay. They spoke and texted often, but Charlie was being fake and trying to placate her. So to be clear, Charlie sent me pictures of him and his son and daughter in the hospital after birth because he was looking for things to placate me on. Like Charlie was that much of a pansy. He was that scared of this lady that he was sending her these type of pictures just to be like, please have mercy on me. Have mercy on me and my organization. Or just generally texting me when he was worried because Erica was rushed to the hospital in February of 2024 due to a preterm labor scare, which wound up okay, gratefully. Man, I had one of those too. Me and Charlie did have a lot of things in common. We had that same type of thing. Wow, that's crazy. All of that personal stuff to simply placate me. You are a clown. You tried, but completely failed to accomplish anything today beyond exposing yourself as a routine liar who gleefully perverts Charlie Kirk's legacy to serve your own financial interests. Charlie and me were always friends, and we never stopped speaking, and we always had each other's backs. You are powerless to undo that. Good for her, man. Good for her. I don't even know what I would say or feel if somebody was trying to tell me I wasn't someone's friend. I don't even know what could you say? Because while they're alive, you could just be like, hey, are we friends? Of course we're friends. Love you. I love you too. When they're gone and somebody's just like, nah, you guys were never friends. No. I was with him more. And I'm telling you, you guys were never friends. That's insane, man. Insane. And then, of course, Ian chimes in. Ian really had Candace's back throughout this whole thing. Andrew just spent the whole day essentially calling Charlie a liar and a snake. Real awkward in here. Real awkward in here. You know, it's getting very awkward. Again, we're into the night. And then Candace hits it. Is this the last one? Let me see. Let me see here. Is this the last one? Okay, then we have Baron a little bit. And then Candace simply, since Andrew just kind of fell back, he kind of conceded and just kind of bowed down. Like Candace pretty much finished him on that one. And then Candace just casually goes back to just scouring X and just goes, our government thinks we're retarded. They legitimately hate us. Oh my gosh. And the reason she's saying that is because of this clip right here.
While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do, some don't.
Yes.
Right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And
hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. We're already in the courtroom. There's plenty of handcuffs in here, right? Hands behind your back, sir. I'd be the worst judge. I'd be like, get this guy out of here. Put him in a cell until he wants to talk about what actually happened that day. People be like, what the hell? What did the judge just say? I'd be like, you guys heard me. Put him in a cell until he wants to talk about what actually happened that day. I don't care if it's prelim. I don't care. I don't care. Pre-trial, prelim, pre-hearing, pre-this, pre-that. I don't care. Get him in the cell. Hands behind your back, sir. That'd be it for me. They'd be like, this judge is rogue. There's something wrong with this judge. I'd be like, this is absolutely crazy. What do you mean your battery died? How often does that happen? Does that happen to you a lot when you're on shift that your battery dies in your cam? Does that happen a lot? Let me tell you something. I hear about that happening a lot in New York. Their batteries usually die before they beat somebody near death. That's usually what happens. Happens in LA too. You sure that it just died? You know what? Get me I would be the worst judge. I'd be like, get me a battery right now. We're going to just run this battery and we're going to see how long it lasts. That's what we're going to do right now, big guy. Hands behind your back. I said that already, right? Oh, I'd be the worst judge. I'd be the worst judge. They'd be like, you can't do this at all. I'd be like, who are you? Your what? His what? Your defense. Prosecute. Hands behind their back. Hands behind their back. You're in my courtroom. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? You're out of control. You're out of your mind. Out of your mind. Okay, I'll play the rest.
do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it? I don't know. What do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet. That's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
Great.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, gets us started on the prelims. Oh, as boring as they were, there were little tidbits that everybody enjoyed. There were little tidbits that everybody enjoyed. That was one of them. What's his name? Officer Bagley? Officer Bagley? Is that his name? The Bagley guy? Okay. Fine, Bagley. I got to close some tabs. Got to close a whole bunch of tabs. So many Candace tabs. It's crazy. So I closed probably 30 tabs. and 30 more popped up. Okay. I guess we're locking in, guys. We're just locking in right now. Let's get rid of all this Andrew filth muddying up my tabs. Anyway, let's get into it. And I guess we're getting into the whole prelim thing. Yeah, friend of the show. No, he is a friend of the show, definitely. Yeah, dead battery, friend of the show, most certainly. Then we have Baron jumping in. It's worth noting that it's going to be going by I was lying in my text back then. He's also calling Charlie a liar. If he admits he's lying now, it would absolve Charlie of lying back then. Not a good look. Like I said, Baron said that, and he's 100% right. Terrible position he's put himself in. And now, today, Andrew Colvett has nothing to say. Thank you very much for this, Daisy. We do appreciate it. Daisy's meme game is on point, very much on point. Anyway, let's jump into the next thing. These prelims. I just saw this. It just made me laugh so much. So this is a quote from the actual proceedings. I saw a shoe print in the grass. Witness testifying in the Tyler Robinson case. Yeah, I'm going to have to turn this off. I saw a shoe print in the grass. Okay, we're done. I'm good. I've seen enough. Someone else said, show trial. Please act like your hairline and back up Blakey boy. I mean, just so disrespectful. Wow. All because Blakey just said something about a show trial. It's called preliminary hearing. I mean, so I'm so with Candace on this. Candace is talking about, she's like, today was a show trial, right? She's like, today, Tyler Robinson, the show trial begins. Evidence like text messages, confessions will be allowed in the courtroom, despite the fact that Tyler Robinson's defense has not been allowed to vet those messages to determine if they were doctored or who actually sent them. Remember that the Bureau and the ATF was not forced to turn over key evidence despite multiple discovery requests because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage. Hey, rigged. Key witness testimony from Lance Twiggs will be played, but Lance Twiggs is not allowed to be cross-examined because the judge has ruled it's not necessary at this stage. That's insane. Today is about emotion. You will hear the Fed's narrative absent any ability for the defense to meaningfully dispute it, which is exactly what happened. What you can expect, aside from Erica Tears, are an orbit of her payrolled influencers trying to convince you, that's Officer Tatum, convince you that the unvetted evidence is overwhelming and noticeable. And we will have some Officer Tatum through this whole thing. Officer Tater Tots, as I hear they call them on the high IQ outfit. Sit back and watch the predictable show. The real trial will come later. Charlie's army is growing. Ultimately, the truth will win. And then a picture of her and Charlie. And so many people, because I made a post about this too. I'm watching this trial, wondering why Candace and Baron are dropping more receipts than this trial. And so many of you nerds, actually, this is actually just a prelim. This is not the actual trial as of yet. This is just the beginning. They're called preliminary hearings, actually. Get out of here, nerd. You know what we're talking about. Oh, gosh. Like you spend the afternoon in libraries just reading books. Like you're related to Plato. Get out of here, you nerds. Oh, my gosh. It's actually preliminary. There's things that they're establishing right now for the trial. Oh, shut up. Oh, be quiet. Are you the same person who's scrolling through Instagram, watching guys act like they're farting on people in Walmarts? Shut up. Get out of here. Oh, everybody, all of a sudden, Baron is pumped up so many people. The high IQ outfit. Oh, actually, this is, if you'll notice, the reason that they're able to do that is because hearsay is actually allowed in this context. There's a reason for that. It's in the Constitution of Utah. Okay, nerds. All right, easy there, guys. Jeez. So many people, and Blake's one of them. Show trial. It's called a preliminary hearing, actually. Any lawyer could tell you, Candace, how it works. It should be obvious by now. If anyone is receiving far more than just a show trial, it's Tyler Robinson. That's why it's taken us 10 months to get probable cause hearing. That would happen in a few days and plenty of other murders. Okay. Are you the same person that was making posts about Asian ladies? You the same dude that was talking about Asian ladies and what dates she goes out on? You the same dude with a burner account? You same dude with a burner account where you're stalking Asian ladies and telling people you hate them, they don't like black people from Congo? You that same guy? Okay, nerd. Okay. That's great. Super smart. Anyway. Some of you are going to feel attacked. Some of you are going to feel attacked by that. And that's fine. That's completely fine. You know? It's completely fine. Get out of here with that. Miss me with that nonsense. You kidding me? So I felt Candace when she said this. She was just like, you guys know what I'm talking about when I say show trial. She's like, you want me to say show hearing? It's like, come on, guys. Get it together. Anyway, let's get some updates. Okay. I really like the way this guy broke it down. Valhalla did a little bit of a breakdown, and he did it quick. He did it in less than 10 minutes. He's going to show some things here that I didn't know. Baron's going to show some things here that I didn't know. Right? We got Baron right there. Right? Very, very bright sweater. Very bright sweater. Goes against all my rules, but it's fine. I'll allow it, you know. Valhalla, of course, never a sweater, not one time ever, as far as I know. But here we go. Let's go.
Evidence that we've never seen before, completely breaking the case wide open. I would be willing to, have an open mind. Unfortunately, that's not what we got, because day one can be summed up in unprofessionalism and hearsay. Yes, hearsay evidence. If you've never heard of that, many of us didn't really know this was a thing, except for Utah does this. And hearsay evidence is essentially, it doesn't matter if I actually saw the evidence or collected it myself. If I talked to somebody who said they submitted it, it's good to go for the trial. And what's crazy is I thought we were going to get some new groundbreaking evidence. And at least so far on day one, we got literally nothing that we haven't all already seen before. Pretty wild. Let me walk you through it. All right, guys, this is the first witness on the stand. Again, I'm not going to play clips because, again, his testimony was almost 3 hours long. I'm going to give you the bullet points to basically who this is and what he's doing here as a witness. So this is actually the police officer who's the one who submitted most of the testimony in the charging document. So let me walk you through what his story is here. So this officer claims that he started up here on the top of this pavilion. He was just off to Charlie Kirk's right side up on this raised awning here. He said that he could see Charlie Kirk down here below the tent, but couldn't actually see his full body. So this is about where we would expect him to be placed right here. Now, his story claims that when he heard the shot ring out, he immediately looked down. That seems kind of bizarre because we would expect the actual shooter's supposed location up here instead. So why would you be looking down? I don't know, but at least that's what he said. The officer then claims he ran downstairs, which I'm assuming he had to run all the way through here or here to get all the way down here. Claims that he tried to run up to help Charlie and then instead looked to his right and over here in this area of the pavilion as he's making his way there, because I guess now he's moving towards the gun. God, again, this is a very bizarre testimony. He finds a pistol holster laying in the grass. A weird thing to talk about. Why is there a random pistol holster on the ground? Nobody's really sure about that. He then decides that he is going to ignore the pistol holster on the ground because now he knows that it's actually a rifle was shot and that he can tell it was a rifle because the way rifles sound is they make a snap crackle sound when they go off, which It's a little bizarre because no 30-06 does not make that sound. But anyway, I digress. This is his testimony, not mine. So he's roughly here at this point. Keep in mind, from where he started to this location is probably, I don't know, 160, 170 yards. Again, he had to come all the way down, come here. He came up here. At this point, he knows exactly where the shot came from somehow, which he decides to immediately head to possible location of the shooter here.
Classic Utah, huh? Just classic Utah, huh? Oh man, you couldn't do this. You couldn't do this in New York. You couldn't do this in New York without spending a lot of money. You'd have to spend a whole whack of money, and a lot of people would just disappear. You know, they'd be found in garbage trucks and stuff like that. But in Utah, they just have an understanding, you know? I'm not going to say why, but I'm sure you guys understand. It's just classic Utah, you know?
I don't know how long this would have taken. He didn't explain, but I'm assuming it would have taken a while. At some point while he's heading here to the Losi Center, he finds, in his own words, another man with a gun. So yes, while being cross-examined by the defense, this UVU police officer, college campus officer, says to the defense that, he sees a random guy with a gun, and they decide to go up to the location of the shot together. And when he's asked, was it a law enforcement officer? He said, well, they had a badge, but I have no idea who they were or who they were with. So, yeah, that seems pretty weird. But again, they go up to the location, and we've all seen this.
It was Cash Patel in whiteface. Cash Patel in whiteface is like, hey, what? Huh? What's your name? I have a badge. I have a badge right here. Here it is. Here's my badge. Here it is. You wanna go look at stuff together? What's your name? Never mind my name. Somebody has passed away. Let's get this going, buddy. Let's do this. He's just like, okay, all right. I'm not gonna forget what your name is. All right, I'll figure that out later. Okay. I'll figure that out later. He's just like, listen, guys, I told you, all right? I got authority here. Who are you? What's your name? What's your badge number? 3333. Yeah, well, mine too. Here it is. Can we go look at some stuff? Okay, let's go look at some stuff, man.
Story before, right? The police officer who goes to the top of the building, he sees the shooter in the prone location based off of the indentations to the gravel and things like that, right? We've heard that story. It's in the charging documents. He apparently then ropes it off with some crime tape and heads off to do something else. Now, why this is so interesting is because this is the part of the trial. Well, we expected to see the photos or the video evidence of Tyler Robinson laying in the prone, taking the shot. But guess what it sounds like they don't have, at least the way it's been portrayed through the charging documents and now through the witnesses, now through also talking about all the UVU security camera footage that's everywhere that they have. But it doesn't sound like they have any actual footage or pictures of Tyler Robinson laying in the prone with a 30-06 taking a shot. Or maybe they're saving that later for the trial. I don't know, but that would have been the appropriate time to show that. And it doesn't sound like they have it, which is, pretty much the one key piece of evidence you have to be able to actually show that this kid did this. Oh boy, it's going to be bad if they don't have this. So he seemed very confused. I'm not really sure why he was there as a witness, because he didn't really do anything other than go look at the crime scene. And apparently that's good enough to tie Tyler to the crime. Interesting. Anyway, now let's talk a little bit of problems with professionalism in the courtroom. Okay, so the way the trial was supposed to work is that the judge was supposed to approve of any evidence before it was shown to the courtroom or to the televised audience watching. 3 different times, the prosecution put forward evidence that was not permitted by the judge to be shown to the audience. And it was. As you see back here, this has been turned around now, but this was an actual easel showing part of the campus that had to be turned around because, whoopsies, they weren't supposed to show that yet. Now, this seemed to be a big problem for the prosecution all day. One more thing about this police officer and his testimony. He was asked by the defense, well, you have a body camera on you, don't you? Can we see the body camera footage? And It turns out that he turned his body camera footage on. Let me show you where. He turned his body camera footage on here when the event happened, and it just so happened he made it all the way to the Losi building, and then right when he came to step out onto the roof, oh no, body camera just happened to turn off.
No, I didn't realize that. He turned it off. And he went 140 meters and then it turned off. Well, gosh darn it. Isn't that something? Isn't that how it always happens? You know what I mean? You want to catch that perfect picture and then all of a sudden your phone's on like 10% and you're like, well, I got 10%. And then all of a sudden it goes to 1%. You're like, oh no. And then it turns off. Oh gosh. That's how it always goes. Anyway, that's amazing. That's amazing. Hey, it's just classic Utah, guys. Just classic Utah, you know. Oh, it's just classic Utah. Yeah, they're great people over there, you know. He claims it went dead. Yeah, well, I mean, that is part of, you know, there are a lot of good officers out there. I know a bunch. But the classic response for officers when that happens is that it went dead. Yes, dead battery, friend of the show. That's the classic response, you know. Well, this guy pushed me and I got really mad and I grabbed my taser and I may have grabbed some brass knuckles and then my body cam went dead. That is the natural thing that tends to happen from time to time. Everybody knows when when bad things are happening is when the body cams turn off. Everybody knows that. Anyway. Oh, man.
Again, just kind of bizarre that your body camera just happened to turn off right when you went to step out onto that platform, but who knows? Yes, and a little bit more unprofessionalism from the court. You would be doxing her. So,
oh yeah, they almost doxed somebody. I don't know if you guys heard that. I don't know if Baron talked about that. They almost showed somebody. They showed their address and everything just in the courtroom. Just nuts. But you know, hey, whatever. You know, I get it. Happens from time to time, I guess.
Show of professionalism out the gate. All right, now another big thing we had. Do you guys remember this part of the case? That there was a high definition 4K camera that they installed up here. And by who? Oh, that's right. Terrell Farnsworth. There he is. Now, we found out that he did submit that footage to law enforcement, but it sounds like he didn't submit it until nearly May. And when he did submit it, it was all edited and doctored down. But speaking of doctored footage, the prosecution actually tried to submit multiple videos that had been edited and doctored. And at one point were actually shot down by the judge and not even allowed to use the evidence whatsoever. Because again, the judge said, you can't be submitting edited and doctored video. You have to give us the raw footage. There's been a lot of that so far. And again, guys, these are quick recaps, all right? We're not going down the rabbit holes on these. But another thing, we heard about the medical examiner's report. You know who we didn't hear anything about? That surgeon. Remember the surgeon who talked to Andrew Colvet about that miraculous Superman neck that Charlie had?
Yeah. In almost in May, but which makes sense because if you remember, if you've been watching Candace throughout this whole time, Candace talked about contacting Terrell and saying, "Hey, can I see the footage?" And he was like, "Yeah, you know, I'm not sure how to send a file. I don't know. I don't know how to send files. I haven't gone over that part before. I don't know how to do that part." And Candace is like, "What are you talking about? Are you okay?" And she's like, "You know, you can just put it into Google Drive. You know, it's just drag and drop." And he's like, "Oh, the thing about it is, Google will hack me. That's what they do. They'll hack me. You do understand that, right? This is a major thing. Google might hack me, Candace. I couldn't possibly send you the footage this way." So she gave him days. So he had this footage for days. So this is just from the time he had the footage from when it happened. He had it and went home. Okay. They're saying that he gave it over, but he didn't give it over right away. Because if he gave it over right away, they would have the undoctored footage. They would just have SD cards with everything on it, and they would be able to go through it. So he didn't give it over right away, although Tyler Boyer said that he did. And then Andrew Colvet actually said the reason that he took the SD cards out is because he knows people can be evil. Then when Candace contacts him and says, "Hey, do you have the footage?" He says, yes. This is days later. And then even from the time Candace got to see anything of the footage, which was, just like he said, doctored and edited, it was, I believe Candace said about 6 days. She gave him like a week to like, because it was very odd what was going on. So she gave him a bunch of time. So he had this footage for a long time. He sent Candace something that was cropped, as we all saw in one of her episodes. It was cropped out at the sides. You couldn't fully see Charlie's back as he went down. It was a very odd display that he gave. And then there was some weird things that you could see in the corner of his screen, some editing programs and whatnot that he could have been using. And he wasn't actually showing Candace the official footage. He was showing her something that was in a flash drive. So that same flash drive that he showed Candace is what he gave over to law enforcement. And that wasn't the regular SD card that he had taken out of those cameras. I assume those cameras that he's using, even though they're 4K, they still are using SD cards, the standard type of thing. Yeah, cropped from the bottom. Yes, exactly. So yeah, he had that footage for a while. And again, Tyler Robinson was like, hey, just so you know, Tyler Boyer, his official story, he said it on X, I believe. His official story was that Terrell gave that over to law enforcement right away. Andrew Covette said he only took out the footage, not to give it to law enforcement, but just because he knew people could be very evil. And then also what's been released recently is footage of Terrell Farm, whatever the hell his name is, the SD card guy. Why can't I say it? No, you should actually say the name. Say the English. Do the English thing now, Colin. Farnsworth. There we go. What actually, a new piece of footage was released where he actually waited for the cop that was there to walk away, and then he went to the cameras, which was very odd. People found that to be very, very weird because he's kind of sitting there, and then the cop walks away, and the second the cop walks away, he goes straight to the cameras. Not saying he was doing anything weird. It's just people were just pointing out that's how it went down, Anyway, let's keep going here a little bit.
Yeah, sounds like that guy, maybe he doesn't exist, or that story was completely fabricated. Now, they did talk to the medical examiner, but we didn't get to hear from the actual medical examiner. We got to hear from the second law enforcement investigator witness. But we're going to call him Mr. Blinky, because I've never seen a human being blink so many times so fast while being questioned.
This guy's got nothing on Gary. He's got nothing on Gary. Gary's still King Blinker. Still King Blinker. I got your back, Gary. Don't worry. Friend of the show.
Yeah. This guy can blink, huh? But anyway, Mr. Blinky here is one of the investigators looking into the case. And what we found here is that he was brought in to talk about the medical examiner's report that he had seen. They didn't actually tell us anything that was in it or anything about it. But because he said he had seen it, that made it good to go to put into the evidence. And we didn't find anything about, what was actually going on anatomically, or the fragments, or the bullets, the firearms, nothing. Actually, there is one thing we actually learned from the defense about the bullets is there may have been some shell casings found on a different roof in the courtyard area, which would suggest potentially a different shooter on a different location. We don't know for sure, kind of said in passing, but it sounds like the defense may actually have evidence that was shell casings from some different firearm found on the roof of a different part of the area. We're going to have to wait more to find out about that. Now, what I am going to show you to wrap the video up is the biggest piece of evidence that the prosecution put forward that absolutely proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. You guys ready?
Okay, get ready, guys. Let's go. This is the big one. Let's do it.
Again, this was the groundbreaking footage we haven't seen yet. Sorry for the background talking. That's me and Matt.
Who says it's the shape of Tyler's car? Oh, this is riveting stuff here, guys. A distorted doorbell video.
No. That's it?
Okay, it looks like a Challenger.
I've seen enough, Matt. Throw them away for life, baby. That's it? This is what we got? What is this proving?
And where's this at?
Somewhere near campus. That was it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's it. That's it. Hands behind your back, sir. Hands behind your back. I saw the blurry car. I saw the blurry car on the unknown street. I saw the blurry car on the unknown street. Thank you very much. I think we're done here now. Thank you. Okay. Now, I mean, it's clearly happening at night, right? We could talk about it a little bit. It's clearly happening at night. I don't know what this means. It's very akin to, and I don't know if you guys remember this. This happened months and months and months ago. I made videos on it. Many other people did as well. There was a time where it was on a street. I don't know if this is the same street. It doesn't look like the same street, but there was a black, I think it was a black Challenger or Dodge or whatever, but it was a black car. It drove by and they were speculating that this was Tyler's car. It pulled up on a street, kind of like this, not in front of a house like that, but like in a cul-de-sac type of area. It pulled up and then someone got out, and I believe they were wearing a maroon shirt, and they looked skinny, but it didn't look like Tyler Robinson. It actually looked more like Lance Twiggs. This is what a lot of people were speculating. Now, I don't know if this is the same area or the same, door. I don't know, but I do remember that. But all in all, they're gonna blame Baron when this guy walks. They're gonna blame Baron and Candace, not me, because I'm a funny guy. I'm a comedian. You can't blame a comedian. That's crazy. You can't put all this stuff on a comedian. But those two, they're gonna blame. And we'll have their backs. But they're gonna blame Candace. They're gonna blame Candace and Baron. Hey. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it. Oh, man. Yeah, Ozempic American. Wait, here. Ozempic American. I kept seeing people because I caught his live stream during the super chats, and people kept talking about Ozempic American. And I was like, what is everybody talking about? And then I was listening to it this morning, and he disrespects Officer Tatum by saying he looked like an Ozempic American. I was like, how dare you? The man's Delta trained. He's been swimming through mountains of DNA. He has a mountain of evidence. He's been talking with his mama. And you have the nerve to call him an Ozempic American. How dare you? How dare you? Can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it when he said that. Not about our Tatum. Officer Ozempic? That doesn't have the same ring to it. No. We can't do that. We can't do that with Officer Tatum. How dare you? Oh my gosh. So funny. So funny. Mama, they telling me I look like I've been taking Ozempic. Oh, baby, that's just because you got a fat head and your body leaning out. Now that's your uncle had that, your daddy had that. You just got fat head. That's just in our family, baby. It was terrible pushing you out, boy. I'll tell you something. And you've always had that fat head, baby. It's okay. Mama, I ain't got no fat head. My head normal, mama. I got normal head. Oh, baby. You'll see as you keep on losing weight, you got a fat head. It gonna stay that size, baby. Anyway, little inner workings of the family, in case you guys didn't know. Little inner workings of the family. How dare he? Hey, I gave Baron that N-word pass, that Tatum pass. Has he been using them? I feel like I would have heard about that if he was using them. Has he been using them? I hope so. I don't give everybody those passes. I'd hate for them to be wasted. Let him know he has those passes. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he has no idea. Let him know, man. Someone said I should go on with Jesse and Nate. I would, but they're like, it's all at different times. I'm always preparing for the show as soon as I'm done the show, and I want to start doing standalone video, pre-recorded stuff, and it's hard to get on. They're always doing it. They're always doing stuff like that. But we'll see. I would like to. I think it would be fun. I think it'd be a fun time. because I would like take it up a notch. You know how I am here? I would like take it up a notch, like and get them like real off guard, you know, and just like be as funny as possible. I would intentionally be very funny. Just to throw some people off when they're used to like, you know, live streaming a certain way, and then all of a sudden you're this ADHD, you know, you're this mess. Yeah, it throws them off. Or I would just arrive and just only be Officer Tatum. That's it. I would only be Officer Tatum. That's all I would be. I wouldn't acknowledge Coach at all. They would have to call me Officer Tatum if they wanted me to answer things. Oh my God. I come dressed like him, you know. I'd have the signature spit on my shoulder, chosen spit, you know. Anyway, let's stop that. Regular Ozempic American. We got Baron here, ladies and gentlemen. This is Baron talking about Bagley. I think his name's Bagley. People were saying Bagley. His name's Bagley. Bagley. That's his name. Anyway, let's get into it.
All right. Let's go through some of these clips, some of the big moments from the day. The first witness was a guy named Chris Bagley. He sucked. He was a disaster. If I'm this guy, I'm getting out of town. I'm changing my name. I'm wearing a wig, shaving my mustache. I'm getting out. This guy sucked. If I'm being honest, if I'm the prosecution, I'm like, is there a way we can try this case without this guy? I'm not sure you can. But he sucked. He was horrible. I do want to run through a little bit of his testimony here because it was a little shocking, frankly. It was a little shocking. All right, let me play this small sliver here. And we'll talk about it.
Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got it there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
Oh, let me just say that. It was 21 minutes from the time you heard the big bang at 12:23 until Officer Bagley waddled over there by 12:44. 21 minutes. We've read the probable cause affidavit. We'd read the charging documents. And this is the first time we've gotten to hear from him live, this Bagley guy. He was the first one to respond. He was positioned at the top of the Hall of Flags. The Hall of Flags is that roof that was above Charlie Kirk and behind him. And he hears the boom, and he scampers down the stairs. He hangs out in the courtyard for a minute. Well, I don't want to give away the whole thing, but he hangs around in the courtyard for a minute, finds a gun holster, walks past it, doesn't catalog it, just walks past it, and then he heads over to the Losi Center. Why? Because he, in his expert determination, found that the Losi Center was the obvious place that a gunshot would come. It's noteworthy that he's the only one who would have had eyes on the Losi Center, the only one who could have possibly had eyes on the Losi Center. And video footage suggested he did. Video footage from the moment of the bang suggests that's where he was looking. Yet he didn't see anything, but he knew where to go.
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
The state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, excuse me, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
All right, let me pause this for just a second. So that's the finding of the red and black screwdriver. Now, you would think, because this is, after all, 2024 or 2026? No, 2025 is when it happened. 2025. You would think that this would all be documented somehow. He just found a critical piece of evidence, by the way. He found a screwdriver. There's no evidence that Charlie Kirk was shot with a screwdriver. Don't get me wrong. But the screwdriver comes into play because of the absurdly ridiculous story we're told that Tyler Robinson climbed to the roof of the Losi Center with a gun in 2 or more pieces. We're not sure how many pieces. Used a screwdriver to fashion it back together. Somehow maintained a near perfect zero, meaning where you're aiming is where the bullet will go. And scurried off the rooftop with all the evidence. Oh, but he forgot the screwdriver. Unlucky him. Unlucky him. Now, you would assume that would be documented. We're familiar with body camera footage. Officer Bagley? Was it documented? It was documented, right, Officer Bagley? You documented it, right?
While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And
this is incredible, man. This is just, listen, I said it before, classic Utah. Listen, these two probably grew up together. Probably know each other. You know what I mean? Sundays. You know what I mean? They probably see each other on Sundays. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? You good? I'm good. What's going on? You know, it's a very close-knit community. This is all I'm saying. This is close-knit, you know? This is a very close-knit, classic Utah, you know, it's nice. It's very nice.
And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic.
Body cam footage died. At the critical moment, the body cam footage died.
Hey, man, that's just what happens. Listen, you guys got to understand, when you're so close to God, like they are in that place, things like that are going to happen. Electricity, these things are going to short out, things of that nature. That's just going to happen. You guys just got to get used to that throughout this case, okay? The prelim, not the trial. You got to get used to this in the prelims for all you nerds out there, okay? You know, what can you do? What can you do? The real thing. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. Okay, I'm going to have to put this together. When we clip this, we're gonna have to clip this together because what I really, really wanted, and I don't even know how I can find it. I have to find this. When Barron talks about Andrew Colvett, that was the real thing that really got to me. Oh, there it is. Personal message to Andrew. They even call it that. We have to listen to this. Okay, so the prelim stuff, don't worry. I got more tabs. We're going to talk about more Officer Tatum, et cetera, et cetera. Don't worry about it. That's going to happen. But I do have to play this. I completely forgot about this. Okay, so let's get to this real quick. Real quick. Okay, let's do it.
Text. directly to Candace. He wasn't just lying to one person on the other end of a text thread. He was lying to thousands of people at an event who paid or showed up to see him. He'll lie to them too, Candace. And the world. If you believe Andrew, Charlie was a hypocrite. Charlie was not worth following. Charlie had no spine, no backbone, and he had no honor, no integrity, no nobility. There was nothing good about Charlie's character, according to Andrew Colvett, because anyone who will lie to you that frequently, that often, and frankly lie to that many people is a lousy individual. It's a terrible human being.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that about Charlie Kirk. I didn't agree with him on every political issue. I stated that early and often when I started covering this case, that his foreign policy was not my cup of tea, but that over the past 12 to 18 months, he'd started coming around a little bit to see things more my way when it comes to American interventionism. But what I never thought Charlie was a diabolical being. I never thought he was a liar. I never thought he was a habitual liar.
Mm-hmm.
And I never thought he lied with ease. I might have thought he was mistaken, but I thought he was decent, good. Andrew Colvett did not think that. At least not what he's saying now. Rather, Andrew Colvett thought Charlie Kirk was a monster. Someone who would lie at will just to placate people. Because he didn't have the spine, the backbone to handle the fallout. That's a coward. That's what we call a coward. You, sir, are taking the coward's way out here, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking the coward's way out. What you've done today has done more to demean and degrade Charlie's memory than anything Candace Owens has ever said about Erica Kirk. Erica has lied. It's documented. How many college degrees does she have? How many pageants did she enter? How many people did she date? When did she date them? These are all documented facts that she lied about, at least best I can tell. Now, I've never been corrected on that record. But what you're doing, Andrew, is not documented. You are putting words into a dead man's mouth to call him a liar. You're interpreting the texts that Candace is putting forward. You're not providing evidence that Charlie felt any of these things. It's a funny thing about what you and TPUSA do. This seems to be a habit. We don't have any documented evidence that Charlie ever wanted Erica to take over. All we got was some clipped up 1 3/4 second divided into 2 brief clips out of context. No idea what he was talking about. And from that, you tell us that, of course, Charlie wanted Erica to take over. Who could doubt it? We released the video. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. We don't know what that video was talking about. Then you tell us, well, we can back it up because he told all of us personally and individually. Well, he never wrote it down. He never put it in a text. He never put it in any of his journals. He never talked about it openly on any stage. And in fact, it went against absolutely everything he said on every single stage he would ever been on when he talked about if a woman can afford it, she should be home with her kids. That's the most important thing a woman can do.
He only told a guy who would secretly go on the internet under a fake identity and berate women and stalk actual ladies that he knew in real life and detail all the things they were doing, the dates they were going on, and then say weird, misogynistic, and racist things about them and other people. And another guy who was actually a part of an organization where the head of the facade, or the MI666, was the person running the organization. A guy who is connected to people who have given the president $300 million in exchange for nothing. He only told those 2 guys. That's wild. That's a wild thing to do. Very wild thing to do. And his wife, who just can't keep anything straight, just can't.
Everyone except Erica, you see. Charlie wanted Erica in the office. She wanted her at the founders ball. Where were her kids? She wanted her on speaking tours. Where were the kids? She wanted her putting on her pumps, playing boss babe. That's what he really wanted for Erica. That's what you're telling us. And all we have are the words of Charlie Kirk himself that fly in the face of all of that. It's the exact same thing here, Andrew. All we have are the words of Charlie Kirk and you, who told Candace continually for years that Charlie was in fact her friend, cared for her deeply, kept her updated on things, was not stabbing her behind her back, was communicating with her, was confirming their friendship on a regular basis, was even speculating out there. I think it was the Daily Wire who might be doing this. That diabolical, dastardly Ben Shapiro. Perhaps he's the one you should be going after. I'm not sure how I'd feel if I was Ben Shapiro today. But this is the way you've chosen to treat Charlie's memory. Every time something comes up that seems to fly in the face of everything Charlie actually said, you guys have some super secret conversation that took place behind the scenes that went against all of it. And what it means is that Charlie was not an honorable man. He was not an honest man. He was a diabolical, maniacal liar, a habitual, pathological liar. He lied about what he wanted women to do in the workforce. He lied about his relationship with Candace. What else did he lie about, Andrew? Can we just get it all out now? Can we go ahead and completely desecrate his corpse? Can we go ahead and completely roll over it with a steamroller while we're going ahead and doing all the rest of this? What you're doing is gross. And I don't know if you know you're doing it or if you really hated the man, because you were assigned to him as a handler and you had no respect for him whatsoever. Because that's what you're acting like. You're acting like you were the one who was making all the calls. And I'm telling you right now, this is horrific. This is horrific. What you're telling all of the TPUSA followers is you've been duped. Charlie Kirk is not who you thought he was. You guys who used to tune in every day for the Charlie Kirk show, he was lying to your face. You were following a liar. All of you who booked hotel rooms and traveled to cities to see Charlie Kirk speak live, waste of time. He was just a two-bit liar. All you people who read his 16 best-selling books, he didn't mean any of that. He's just a pathological liar, according to Andrew. Now, I'm not sure you're doing what you think you're doing, sir. I don't know where you learned your PR skills, but go back and get your money back. You've been let down. Someone failed you in life. Someone failed you miserably, and you should be ashamed. But I don't think you have any shame. So I expect this terrible behavior to continue. I can't.
Man. Whew. Man. It is dark. It's dark to think about. Very dark to think about. That could be legitimately be yeah, man. I mean, just how terrifying that would be. You know, when you're gone, you know, and you're off to a better place. That's what they always say, right? But I mean, just to think that could happen to you after, is that somebody like really starts calling you a liar, starts outing all these weird things, and it sounds like they're made up. But if they're not made up, it's making you look two-faced. It's making you look scared. You couldn't face some woman. You were trying to connect with her, to placate her when you told her about your wife having complications in February 2025. You only did it to receive some kind of mercy from that woman. I mean, just making him look like such a small man. Like everything that he's saying, honestly, it's Ben Shapiro behavior. And I don't even mean that as like that's how we have seen Ben Shapiro act. That's how we've seen him act. But you'd never think Charlie would act like that. Never think Charlie would act like that. I don't know. I feel like it's all made up. You know? I don't think Andrew's telling the truth, which is even darker. Because then if it's not the truth, it's just like, ugh, what are you doing? What are you actually doing? That I've gotten over a fear of death. I really feel like, because of my faith, it's just another step. But that part of being like desecrated afterwards, that's scary. That is scary. New fear unlocked. New fear unlocked for sure. This is nuts, man. It's nuts. Too bad. Anyway, Andrew Colvett, friend of the show. Not a friend of Charlie Kirk, but friend of the show. Not a friend of Charlie, but friend of the show. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's get back to the prelim. We got a little bit of Officer Tatum here. Oh no, it's not Officer Tatum. He's just showing things. No, I want to get to Officer Tatum. We have Officer Tatum showing some clips, but these are clips that people already saw. The highlights are the highlights everywhere you go. People haven't really found different highlights, but there definitely is a different take. I will say that much. The highlights are, pretty much the same everywhere you go, no matter what side of things you're on. But the take is far different. So this is what I've shown you from Barron and Valhalla. Officer Tatum, his take on it is the Peggy testifies. He told the chief that was a rifle shot. Moments later, he looked at the Losi Center, recognized it had a direct line of sight to Charlie Kirk's location, then rushed to the rooftop where he spotted a red and black screwdriver in the gravel. So now, like, in terms of Officer Tatum, he doesn't find anything weird about this. That's where it gets really weird. This is where, like, we're all in different worlds, He doesn't find anything weird about that. That is just like 1, 2, 3. That makes perfect sense to Officer Tatum. Really weird. And then over on this one, we saw this guy's testimony, Sir Blinks a lot. And Agent Hall testified that Tyler Robinson was on the UVU campus about 4 times on September 10th, including twice before the shooting and again afterward, right? I thought he was a Dairy Queen after the shooting. I thought he just ran off, and he ran off campus, ditched the rifle, and then left. I don't know. Or he was like trying to leave. He wanted to leave. Anyway, here, I'll play this. I'm not sure if this is the same one. The same clip that we saw from Baron Valhalla.
That was the make and model of the vehicle that was tied to Mr. Robinson.
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were 2 registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay, and who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched,
hours of video?
Do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or
just with UVU? I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
What? 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 That's very odd. Okay. All right. 16 hours? They literally made it seem like he walked down the street, he walked onto the campus, walked up the stairs, took the shot, threw the gun, got into a maroon shirt, and started eating an ice cream sundae. That's how they... Am I wrong? Isn't that how they made it seem? I mean, he had chocolate fudge on his face while Brian Harpole was jumping on Charlie Kirk, being like, let me cut our shirt off. Move back, nurses. Move back. I got this. I got this. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mikey was throwing up in the hallway of the hospital. They made it seem like all of that just happened in the blink of an eye. Apparently that whole thing took 16 hours. Okay. Tyler Robinson was just showing up. Just showing up, talking to girls and stuff. What's going on? Limping around with that big old thing. What's going on, everybody? What's up? You good? Nah, I'm just chilling. Oh, y'all here to see Charlie? Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Go check him out. Might want to lay low, though. Huh? What? What'd you say? Huh? I ain't saying nothing. Why you limping like that? Don't even worry about that, bro. What's going on, girl? You good? You good? I ain't in the girls. Nah, I got a twink. At home. Yeah, I do. He dressed like a cat right now. Oh, yeah. You better believe it. What? He's walking around campus doing stuff like that? I guess. Yeah. Who might argue? I haven't seen it. Could be just that. I have no idea. You know? I have no idea. It could be spot on. Maybe that's exactly what he was doing, though. I don't know. I have no idea. You just checking things out. Just, you know. He's just walking around. What are you doing, Tyler? Huh? What? I ain't doing nothing. Nah, I'm just like, he's just like this. He's like, yeah. Just like that. Cause then I'm gonna have it like this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have it like this. And then I'm gonna, yup. Cause from right up there. Mm-hmm. That's what, huh? What? No, I was just, y'all don't see that? No, I think it's like what is it, like Venus? If Venus, it shows up in the day. Y'all can't see it? Oh, okay. Never mind. What was he doing? They were putting out the tent. He's just like, hey, yo, y'all, can y'all just, with the tent, just over like this. Who is this guy? Terrell's just listening to him. Huh? How much further over? That? Okay. Who is this person? I don't mind. Tyler's just like, yeah, just like over just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. What? 16 hours? What was he doing? Did he set up the tent himself? How long? 16 hours on the campus? It happened at 12. Didn't it happen at like 12:23? 16 hours? Guy was there early. 4 a.m. He's there at 4 a.m. What are we talking about? I need clarification on that. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna act like I know, but I need clarification on that. How is he there for 16 hours? Anyway, what do I know? What do I know? Anyway, Officer Tatum, his thoughts, because I know you guys are all thinking, what's Officer Tatum thinking about this? My thoughts after day one. Screw this. Is there a video of him? Oh, goodness. There's a video of him. Let's go. Big Tater.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for waiting patiently. We're on break right now for lunch. And I just want to walk you through my experience here. It's been kind of tumultuous to a certain degree going into the courtroom.
Tumultuous. Spell it. I'm not saying I can. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he should spell it. I'd like to see that. Tumultuous. Tell me what to say. Use it in a different sentence. Use it in a different sentence. Yeah, he seems real excited. Look at that. That's gleeful. A little bit of a lazy eye over there. Almost gleeful. Smile on his face.
Seeing the suspected killer, it was just a lot, man. I mean, it was very frustrating to see him. He looks pale, unhealthy, just all of the above, man. And it's just striking when you see that in person. And I'll add too that it appears, I'm trying to say things without saying them because I don't want to get in trouble by saying certain things, but I can only present to you guys what evidence has been presented and shown live.
Why does he have access to anything outside of that? He's a guy. I don't understand. Erica says she doesn't have access to anything outside of that. Why does he? I don't understand. I want to say things without saying them. Mama, I got all this evidence here because when I do the whole pay shield thing, they give me all the evidence. I got everything. You want to see some of this? Oh, no, baby. You going to go to jail eventually behind all this. You wait until President Trump ain't president no more. They put a Democrat in there. They going to come for you, baby. You got to put that evidence away. Give it right back to that cross-eyed Cash Patel, baby. You can't have all that. This is crazy. Baby, they going to win the House. They going to win midterms. They going to take that House. They going to take that presidency, baby. They going to throw you in jail. You're going to have to be a booty butt bandit. Hey, mama, don't ever say that about me. I ain't never had no fiber. I ain't no booty butt bandit. I ain't never going to be one. Sitting on this mountain of evidence. I'm just going through things. Oh, baby, you have no idea what you're doing right now. Booty butt bandit,
And so right now, some of these stories that have been told that are inaccurate are starting to be debunked very slowly and methodically. I will say that, Tyler Robinson is innocent until proven guilty, but it does seem like the state has a compelling case. And I think when we come back from lunch, there's going to be even more information from the defense that's going to cross-examine the first witness, which was a police officer that was there at the scene. And he was one of the individuals that heard the shot, went to the location where he believed the shooter was at, saw the prone position on the top of the building, saw the screwdriver, which was a lot further from the shooting platform than I thought it was. So that was pretty interesting. Also, he had made mention, and you guys could see it on the live stream, he had made mention a little earlier that he actually saw the video of the suspect getting onto the roof, taking a shot, then jumping off the side of the roof. And that's going to be very compelling evidence. And the defense will have their chance to do a cross-examine. And that's what they're doing right now. And, you know, as you can see in some of the clips, if you guys have been watching, you see the defense object to a lot of things. And it seems frustrating and annoying, I guess, to the public. But in reality, the defense, they're doing their job. They have to make sure that the prosecution is held accountable. They have to make sure that they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's. That's what they pay the defense to do. But I can't wait till more information come out, because I think some people are going to owe some apologies here soon. Because
it's crazy that we're in this place where people think that when people are investigating things and trying to figure things out, that somehow, if they're wrong, that there are apologies owed to anyone. It's such a weird thing. It's very weird what they're trying to really connect this very legal thing to something very emotional. It's so weird. Like, there's going to be some apologies that are going to need, like, why? What are you talking about? Like, why? Like, let's just say, like, oh, this guy did it. He's found guilty. It seems like this kangaroo court a little bit, you know, there's a lot of things that don't make any sense. But, like, what do you think? Candace is going to have to be like, I'm sorry for having all this information and trying to figure out what happened aside from the official narrative. Why would people have to apologize for that? It's such a weird thing. Such a weird thing. What's this person? Who's this person's name? Number 4, Brad? Hey, you're gone. It's such a weird thing. I don't know, man. Like, you think people are going to be apologizing to you, to Erica? Oh, sorry. I figured that, you know, there was all these different things that were looked into, and, you know, the person who was running counterterrorism said that there was leads to look into in terms of foreign ties that weren't looked into, and he was stopped from looking into them. So I just figured there might be something there because, you know, that very professional person said that, and, you know, so I'm sorry that I questioned it. Like, what are you talking about? It's so crazy. It's such a crazy notion. I saw Tyler saying the same thing. Tyler Boyer saying the same thing. There's no apologies coming. Just like, what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen with this guy if all of a sudden it turned out that the official narrative was wrong? This guy ends up walking. He's seen as not guilty. There's no video of him taking a shot or this or that, or he's proved that he's not there. What do you think? You think Officer Tatum's gonna be like, I'm so sorry to y'all? Oh, I just want to say I'm so sorry to everybody. I'm so sorry for defending Erica. And I just want to say I'm sorry to all of y'all. All of y'all with y'all microphone theories and all of that. I'm very sorry to y'all. You think that's happening? No, of course not. But for some reason, towards the other side, there should be apologies. You're out of your mind. It's such a so odd. Keep on talking, dummy.
Because in my personal opinion, and this is just my opinion, I felt like that this is a very straightforward case. It's very open and closed case. I mean, the evidence that we have so far that haven't been presented yet, but that we've seen in the media before.
Hasn't been presented, but we've seen in the media. You've seen all the same things we have. What have you seen? He talks like he has seen other information. And the only reason that he's there right now is so he can do this. This is him doing the Rachel Maddow thing. They're just bending reality. So they make sure to put this guy here who has X amount of millions of followers so he can come out and say, guys, this is very open and shut. This is my opinion. He's doing the Joe Scarborough thing. He's doing the Rachel Maddow thing. He's doing the MSNBC thing right now. And that's why they have him here. Right? Anyway.
With this trial is that his parents are the ones that identified him on surveillance. I mean,
like, he's just going to keep on going through it, keep on going, saying all these things. This is what is called poisoning the well, right? And, you know, on a darker part, it's like, why is he doing this? Why is he actually doing this right now? Is he doing it because there's going to be some very interesting things that are going to happen in the trial, things that don't really make sense, things that don't seem on the up and up? And he's trying to get in front of it. They are trying to get in front of it. Is that what's happening right now? I don't know. Anyway, friend of the show. We have more of him later. We'll switch over to Jack. You know, I actually have to tell you guys something about Jack. This is very weird. Something very weird I learned about Jack. We'll get into it after. I have like 10 more tabs to go through. Something very weird popped out about Jack. Sam Parker shared something very interesting. A certain person named Isaac was talking about Jack years ago. Anyway, let's just play this.
In the courtroom, seated in the front row, along with Charlie's family, Don Jr., a number of other TPUSA friends and allies. Also in the courtroom were Tyler Robinson's family. And in fact, Tyler Robinson himself, of course, sat just a few feet away from us. And you know, a lot of people I've seen online have been saying that Tyler was laughing and chuckling along with his defense team, and I saw that. But one thing that I noticed beyond that was that Tyler Robinson never turned back once.
You have to understand the laughing that you're going to hear so much about. You really do have to understand. Okay, this was something that they were looking at. You understand that hairstyle? So you really got to get, like, put it all in perspective, right? They're looking at this guy. He has this hairstyle and he's blinking excessively. Just so you understand what they're laughing about, right? You gotta put things in the proper perspective. You understand? Anyway,
His back to his own family, kept his back to Charlie's family, never once turned, never once expressed remorse, never once acknowledged their presence, never once even showed 1 ounce of any kind of
remorse,
human emotion towards the amount of lives that have been destroyed.
You know, I have to laugh because Jack's like expecting him to be like, I'm so sorry for what I've done. The defense would be like, hey, man, what the? I told you to be quiet. What are you doing? I just have to tell her because she's right there. I'm so sorry. Erica, I'm so sorry. His parents, I apologize for what I've done. The defense would be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you? I just told you. What did he just do? I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for the lives I've impacted, for what I've done. That's not usually what they do, man. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to make fun of, the families or the affected. That's not what you do in a case where you're fighting the case. You can't do that. It's crazy. It's just a crazy notion. It's supposed to turn around and just be, you know what I mean? The judge would be like, do we even have to go past the prelims here? I think we're done. I think we're done. Yes, Your Honor. If I could just apologize. Defense would be like, this effing kid. Are you kidding me? It's 10 months. This guy gets this mother. He'd be pissed, man. That's not how it works, bro. It's not how it works. Yeah, plus he was forgiven already, so he doesn't really have to. I'm just saying. That's just not how it works. Like, I get what he's saying, but I also can tell he's trying like a little bit of like manipulation in terms of like emotional. It's like he can't do that. Even if he did feel like he did something wrong, even if he pleads guilty, it's not something that he can do right now,
By this act. Charlie's wife, his widow, Erica. It was very emotional. It was very emotional for everyone. Charlie's mom and dad, and even Tyler's own family, I'm sure, were facing a lot of emotions. So reporters there as well. And then we had the entire team. And, each side had their respective teams, lawyers, investigators.
Teams, lawyers, investigators. There were chairs. People were sat on those chairs. Most people put both butt cheeks on the chairs. The chairs were there. Microphones were there as well for people to speak into when the time came for speaking. The judge also there wearing clothes, underwear, I would assume. And there were a lot of suits, a lot of ties around the neck. There was a lot of that. And glasses for people who have issues seeing, nearsighted, farsighted. There's also people who were just wearing dress shirts. There were tables as well next to the chairs, mostly, so you could put things, papers and whatnot, onto said chairs. And there was just a lot of doors for people to walk through. The judge had his to walk through, and also we had ours that we would walk through as well. Like I said, butt cheeks in the chairs after we walked through said doors. You okay, bud? Anyway, they didn't give you a script? I thought they were handing out scripts. What's going on, buddy? You just winging it? It's a turning point, huh? Just always winging it. This is crazy. Absolutely ridiculous. I was like, okay, man, we get it. We get it. Officer Tatum was there. He's black. Erica as well, blonde. When I say as well, she was there as well. She's not black as well. She's Caucasian, and she was there. I was also there. Did I mention everybody had shoes on? There were many shoes. Erica not wearing dress shoes, but wearing women's shoes. The men had dress shoes on that were for men. Very nice shoes for the most part. 2 on each person. Laces on most. Tied. Come on, Jack. We'll talk about Jack later. We'll keep on going through this stuff. It's what he was doing. I'm not even making a joke. What are you doing, man? You just come on, get through it, big guy. What's going on? It's clear you're not really emotionally upset. Just get on through it. Like, come on. Anyway, lot of weird stuff coming out. Andrew Wilson, yeah, he made this post. I guess this is what Turning Point's paying him for. Like, are these serious? Robinson, DNA, confessed to friends, ATF, bullet fragments, turned in by family. And then Candace, who seems to be very Caucasian looking. I'm just trying to figure out what happened to my friend. This guy is a dweeb. Oh my gosh. Wow. Andrew Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to stay on that for too long. Somebody tagged me in this. Who is this? DCAT. Thank you so much for tagging me in this. I do appreciate it. This is more of Officer Tatum talking about what he saw, what he seen. Anyway, let's go.
You're like, dang, it's crazy because you thinking to yourself, dang, I never thought I'll see the day that I'm in a courtroom regarding a trial, and this is a pretrial, because somebody I know in the movement got murdered, assassinated. You get what I'm saying? I never in my life thought I'll be at Charlie Kirk's pretrial because he was murdered by somebody. And then you're there, and then I can't stop thinking about Erica because I was with her in the trial. I was with her in the green room and in the family.
The green room? What? Listen, I've done a lot of comedy. We get green rooms as comedians. You can get a green room? What? Isn't that for actors and comedians and stuff? What are you talking about? You got a green room? What? I don't know. I've never been to a court before, so I don't know. Maybe you get a green room. I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense to me Actors get green rooms. Comedians get green rooms. You know, when we're doing a show, you don't see the other comedians because we're all in the green room. Why on earth would you guys have a green room? What are you talking about? Again, see, Mr. Wachuca just pissed. Mr. Wachuca can't believe what's going on. Mr. Wachuca was like, in my day, we stuck to a story. I don't know what's going on with these younger guys. Sir, Officer Tatum told everybody about the green room. He what? Why? He was doing a video and he just told everybody that everybody was in a green room. Erica, everybody. Oh God. His first Graham and then Gary and now him. And it's just like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand. Mr. Wachuca just throwing things off of his desk. Mr. Wachuca's retiring next year. He's like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. You guys can take this nonsense to Fort Worth. I can't. You take this to Fort Bragg. I can't do this anymore. Okay? We're retiring Fort Wachuca. I can't do this anymore. It's too much.
And my heart breaks for her because what does she do to deserve this, man? She gets married to a guy who's an incredible guy. She's an incredible woman. They're an incredible couple together. And then all of a sudden, a lunatic decides to kill him because they don't like what he had to say. And while other people are spending their weekends or week going to work, they're going to go home and see their family. They probably on vacation. They're going to do all that. Erica has to endure facing the person who killed her husband and sitting through the trial. Then she got to sit through the actual trial where they show evidence and talk about how Charlie was murdered. It was like surreal, man, being in there and listening to what happened to Charlie. But it was also gratifying that finally evidence is being presented so you nut jobs will shut up and quit lying to people for clicks.
Yo. Being a fan of Officer Tatum must be the craziest thing in the world. You're just like, oh man, it's Officer Tatum. I love Officer Tatum. I've been listening to him for years. I've been listening to Officer Tatum for years and years. I think he's absolutely fantastic. Hey, let's turn on a little bit of Officer Tatum. Let's hear what he has to say.
So you nut jobs will shut up and quit lying to people for clicks. And finally people can get real evidence.
He's constantly calling his audience stupid and nut jobs. It's so funny. I don't think I've ever been talking to you guys and start talking about you guys. I don't think I've ever done that. I usually try to I try to talk about who I'm talking about, you know? He just kind of goes into it. He just goes, you nut jobs, you crazy people. Don't you know how that's received? I don't know. It's crazy. It's so crazy to me. I would never think of doing that. Again, am I allowed to do that? Are you guys cool with that? I don't know. I don't know. Does it help? Does it help numbers? I don't know. This is very weird. I've never considered yelling at you guys like that. You nut jobs going after clicks. I'm the only one who's not on his side that watches him. So he's like just talking to me. Like it's not fair, you know. It's weird.
That I've been telling y'all was true from the very beginning, but at least you can get evidence from an impartial source. When I say impartial source, it's in the court of law. You can watch it for yourself and see what the prosecution to present and see how the defense objects it.
Objects it. Him and Jack, you know, they just kind of dwindle off, you know, just winging it and see how the defense objected it. When they objected it. How about that? I've been telling y'all stupid, all y'all. It's like, what? Why are you saying that to the people that watch you? Some people found this. Again, we're just going through things that we found, little highlights. The people just found Erica leaving. I don't really think that's important.
But
Erica leaving the
I
court.
thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to
That's Charlie's dad.
film exhibits.
That's his mom there. That's Erica Franzwe, if you don't know.
And they're filming the ones that are on that screen.
That's her mom. That's behind this large cranium here. And then that is like, I don't know. That might be Mikey McCoy's wife or something like that. I think that's who that might be. I'm not 100% sure, though.
So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your
And that's just like some Poindexter of some sort.
Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you are objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media.
So that's it. You know, they saw her leaving. There was reports that they weren't sitting together. Then there was reports that they actually were sitting together. I would assume even if they didn't like her, they would still sit with her. I think that's just like a given. I mean, how many mother-in-law, father-in-laws don't like a husband or a wife or this or that, and they still all like, you know, what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit at another desk? You're gonna sit at another place? Come on, get over here. You know, it just happens. You know, a lot of people are like, you know, I don't think they like Erica. It's like, there's a lot of father-in-laws that don't like a husband or a wife. There's a lot. That's a normal thing. That's like a cliche thing. I gotta go see the in-laws. Go see the in-laws. You know, that's me like every weekend. I'm kidding. I lucked out. Whoa, why did it get so big? I lucked out on in-laws, actually. Funny enough. Lucky me. They're cool. They're cool and they cook. They love food. And they like smoking things and they like making things, and I lucked out, you know. Free dinner every week, you know. Anyway, all I gotta do is make babies. That's all I gotta do is free dinners every week. Oh man. Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, this is Diligent Dennison. Charlie Kirk, SD cameras removed by Terrell's minutes after. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided
Terrell
video
Farnsworth
to us that they had captured on September 10th.
This is Dennison in the corner, just in case you don't know. So he just yelled Terrell Farnsworth.
Of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies.
So a flash drive, not a SD card, unless he just doesn't know the difference between a flash drive and an SD card. That is possible.
And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen.
So electronic versions. So he sent them things. I mean, isn't that, I don't understand. Isn't that so unacceptable? Isn't that a judge? Like, I don't know. If I was the judge, I'd be like, what are you talking about? What happened? Like, doesn't a judge need like his notes to like compile things? I'd be like, wait, what? What'd you say? He gave him electronic versions? Where's the original version? Where's the original? Oh, I don't know. I just saw, he just sent him this and I just took this, flash drives and whatnot. I'd be like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
May 5th, I believe. May 5th or 6th. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Right away, I'd be like, give me the originals. Like, I'd show up at his house. Turning Point once wanted a computer from one of their ex-employees and showed up with a person and forcefully took the computer out of the person's hands. And then sent an investigator to their house to take pictures. Allegedly, this is what the ex-employee said. Like, what are we talking about here? You think you'd get a bang on your door? I sent you an electronic version. Open the door. What's going on? Like, what? Of course. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. We're searching your whole house. Give us the actual version. Now, immediately. Are you crazy? I WeTransfer. I sent you on WeTransfer. Did you not get it? Click it and it downloads. Hands behind your back, sir. Give us the original versions now. Where's the SD card? Where's the SD card? You're going to get tased. You're going to get tased. I'd be the worst. You're going to get tased. Don't tase me. There's too much electronics here, please. Give me the original. Are you out of your mind? Give me this. I'd have to go be a New York cop. I couldn't just be a cop. I'd have to go to one of the corrupt places. I have to be in Vegas or something like that. LAPD. Can't be acting like that in a regular small town.
So 1102 was prepared by someone.
That means he transferred it.
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or
He provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Interesting, man. Interesting. So that's how they collected it. Doesn't fully. This is very odd when this happens. You see what this says? It says that this page doesn't exist anymore. So this page had something of note in regards to the case. I just bookmarked this, I don't know, less than 12 hours ago, last night before I went to sleep, and now it's gone. I don't remember what it was that I was supposed to see, but the page is now gone. That happens quite a bit, more than you'd think. Anyway, Blake Neff, the current witness. You know what? Do you have it? You only of course Blake doesn't have a video. So just, boring, The current witness just described how Terrell Farnsworth provided the police with a flash drive containing the footage of another angle of what happened to Charlie. Terrell, of course, has faced months of harassment from Cantifa. That's really nice, man. For retrieving that flash drive after the shooting, with them claiming he's assisting in what happened to Charlie. Now Utah police are demonstrating the exact opposite. Well, see, this is where Blake actually messed up. He just said that flash drive. I don't know. I've been in video for a very long time. We don't call SD cards flash drives. That's just me. Maybe the lingo's different elsewhere. But we always, if it's it's important to be specific, because if I say, hey, I have something that connects to a flash drive, well, then you're going to bring something for that. If I say it's an SD card, you're going to bring something for that. If I say I need a adapter for a micro SD card, you're going to bring something for that. Like, we have to be very specific in video and audio because we need to bring the proper equipment. So I think Blake just doesn't know what he's talking about. Because he's more of an internet troll, finding people online and secretly talking about them under secret identities guy. And I'm more of an audio visual guy. They're not really similar. They're not really similar. But yeah, I think he just doesn't know what he's talking about there. To say that he retrieved the flash drive, that means that he had an SD card, put it on his computer, and then gave someone a copy. And in between that happening, he could have done whatever. I'm not saying he did, but that if you were doing an investigation, you would be like, is this the first thing you would say if someone gave you something? Like, I would think you'd be like, is this the original? And they'd be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, is this the original footage or is this a copy? I want the original, because we need access to metadata. We need to see the whole thing. We need to see something that's not doctored, that hasn't been chopped and screwed. Anyway. Blake, friend of the show. Very, very little friends, but friend of the show. Someone else said, or Leophile said, the president's son accompanying Erica to the Tyler Robinson trial today says everything we need to know about how high up this whole thing goes. Very true. Very, very true. What is this? Oh, what's that? What is that? Oh, interesting. That's Erica, and that's the president's daughter. Okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, probably all at Albania in that picture. Tyler Boyer, for all of the morons. Just making a big announcement about it. For all of the, hear ye, all morons near and far, come hear my words, who pushed fake narratives around what happened to Charlie Kirk. There are literally numerous 4K cameras pointed at him for the Prove Me Wrong event. The people who lied to you knew this. It takes a few brain cells to embrace this. Hard to forgive the people who took advantage of the masses in fake, stupid narratives. This video is horrific. It's horrific? Why is this horrific? I don't understand. What's going on here? Oh, is this the judge seeing it for the first time? And he like flinches? Is this it? Did he flinch? Did he flinch already? Oh, there he flinches. Okay. There you go. I saw Baron giving this guy a shout out because he flinched like this. I mean, like, I get it. Yeah, he flinched. What do you expect? The guy has gray hair. You think he's ever played Resident Evil before? We're part of a different generation. This guy's never played Call of Duty. You ever played Call of Duty? Are you out of your mind? You ever played Call of Duty and got sniped when you didn't even know the sniper was around anywhere? You ever played that game? You ever played Resident Evil? You ever played Silent Hill? Are you out of your mind? Different generation. Old people get freaked out by a lot of things. There's young people that don't. Believe you me. I mean, and I know it sounds bad. There's probably a 12-year-old that watched that thing over and over again. They're just like, graphics look pretty poor. It's very poor graphics. 480p probably. I'm used to seeing 4K. Oh, it's real. Wow. Thought it would look better. Believe me, there's a lot of people desensitized to this stuff off rip just from video games, just from movies. What are we talking about? You ever seen Night of the Living Dead 1? I watched that when I was 5 years old because I wanted to watch what my brothers were watching. Are you kidding me? And I still think about it when I go into basements to this day. We're a different generation. We're very desensitized to things. This guy's old. This guy's playing Pong. Had a Nintendo. This guy probably played Mike Tyson Punch-Out. What? You've never seen real graphics? Are you crazy? You ever played GoldenEye on N64? Are you crazy? We get desensitized. What can you do? You know? Like, come on here. Call of Duty. You ever been in a Call of Duty lobby? You ever been in a Call of Duty lobby? You gotta have thick skin to be in there. You could be an Asian guy and get called the N-word multiple times. No one cares. I'm just saying. It's a different world now. So I get it. He flinched, but yeah. What can you do? Plus, he's from Utah? What? From Utah? He's like Nick Shirley, you know? Spiciest thing he's ever had is milk. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Anyway, let's keep going. The spiciest thing he's ever had is milk. Come on. Xbox 360 lobby alum. Yeah, exactly. See, Mike Riley understands. COD lobbies are brutal. Yeah, they're wild. They're wild. And then you go into the actual game. And if you're like me, you carry an axe. That's what I do when I play Call of Duty. I really don't. Sometimes I got the P90. Sometimes I got the M4. Sometimes, most of the time, I'm just running around with an axe. We're desensitized. We're a desensitized generation, man. I'm telling you, this is not Gen X you're dealing with. This is different. We've been seeing crazy things for a long time. So don't feel bad if you didn't flinch. It's because we're naturally being desensitized by the world around us constantly. They want us to see these type of things, you know, so we accept it more and more, obviously. Anyway, Get into Gary. Gary says, no, you don't care about Charlie's family. I sure hope all the Candace fans were worth it and it keeps you afloat. To Megan Kelly. Anyway, let's see what Megan had to say quickly.
We're going to cover every single angle of this case for our audience. We're not going to assume anything. We're going to go into this with defense attorneys who will argue on Tyler's behalf or from the defense perspective, with prosecutors who will argue from the prosecution's perspective, and from those who think, it's possible this guy had absolutely nothing to do with it. And we'll take a very fair look at this case as we go on. I just don't care about any of the bullshit around this. I care about Charlie, care about his family, and I care about being very factual in our coverage of what happens out there, both this week and when, as I believe it will be, held over for trial, we get to trial. So that's my own commitment to you.
She's gonna be doing the thing that everybody else is doing. Okay, all right. Well, that's how it works online, right? I mean, shout out to her. Good for her. Yeah, but I think that's why they don't like her, because she's like, we're gonna consider everything. And Gary and the rest of the Pentagon team are like, no, you dummies, you don't consider everything. There's one thing you're supposed to consider. There's an official narrative. That's it. What do you mean you're going to consider everything? What are you out of your mind? Every angle? What are you talking about? There's one angle, Losi Center. That's it. Come on. They're pissed, of course, Could understand. So I get why Gary's mad. Plus, he's a giant. Giants don't have much of a temper. I mean, they really don't know how to keep their temper down. They're really, really adamant about things, Plus, they can jump and their bone density is different, so they can break tables, and it's wild. I'm surprised that he can even handle firearms. I'm surprised he doesn't just bend them out of shape right away as soon as he handles them. He's learned quite a bit from us humans. Anyway, let's keep going here. What else did we see? This was so weird. So Blake just says to Candace says, an influencer campaign from the gates of hell won't convince me that the Charlie's next stop, that bullet. Blake says, luckily, we don't need an influencer campaign. We have the medical examiner. Hey, man, do you understand how that sounds? I don't think Blake understands how that sounds. I think he thought that sounded normal, I think he thought that sounded really normal, but it sounded like he was saying, we have, you know what I mean? It's like, we're going to go into this casino. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to win. How are we going to win? Well, we have the dealer. Oh, we got the dealer? Yeah. And then when we get out of there, when they question it, well, we got the police too. Yeah, we got a guy. That's what it sounds like. It's crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's just more and more. Barron called him out on that too. Yeah, I'm positive I saw Barron actually retweet this. Yeah, there it is. Bang. I thought so. Hey, being accused of participating in a massive conspiracy. Quick, tell him we have the medical examiner. That will go over well. Blake Neff, for some reason. It's so crazy. Why are you saying that? Why are you talking like that? Are you nuts? Anyway, what does that mean? I have no idea what that means, guys. I know what it sounds like. Blake says, I'm telling you, the Turning Point team, they just, every single day when they're done on X, man, they just got towels on their head and they're just like, oh, it's like 10 rounds of Candace, man. You okay? Oh, I had 2 rounds of Barron. Ian jumped in. Gary didn't help me much. I was just in there. I was just trying to do what I was taught. I was just trying to rely on muscle memory, Then I said I had the medical examiner. Oh, it sounds like I'm part of a cover-up. Just trying to get out there and just do what we're supposed to do as a team. Candace had me on the ropes and it was a lot. Candace really had me down and just, here. I don't even know why I have this. Here. I got a towel right here. Candace just really had us. It was round 5 and Candace had us. She had me on the ropes, man, and just when she came with those receipts, I didn't see those receipts, and it was like a right and a left, a right. I tried to duck, I tried to weave, I tried to just do what we were taught, and just she really came out of the gate swinging. I didn't think she'd come out like that, and just And I thought Graham Allen would have my back, but you know, he wasn't there at the time. I don't fault him. He was tied up. He was at the Pentagon, and it was a lot. It was a lot, man. It was just, we were just trying to do what we do. You know, I tried to go the full 10 rounds of Candace. You know, not a lot of people can do that type of thing. You know, I tried to tell her about Charlie not being a friend, and you know, that kind of backfired on me. She kind of got really mad, and it turns out she had a lot of text messages. I didn't realize she had that kind of fight in her. You know, I knew her from the Turning Point days, but I didn't realize she'd been training for this. You know, about 8 months, 9 months, she'd been training for this. I figured she's pregnant. She'd be a little slower. And it turns out she still had that speed. So she caught me off guard. It's just it was a long night. You know, we're just gonna try and heal up, and we're gonna try and come back, and we're gonna try and make this happen. You know, cover-ups are never easy. You know, we've been trying to do this for months now. We thought this would be a lot easier, but you know, they've been giving all they got. It's been really rough. It's been really it's been really rough, you know. Oh my gosh, it's been really tough. We've been really trying to oh gosh. It's just been really rough. You know, we've been trying to just stay humble. You know, we haven't been praying to God, this type of thing. We've been praying to Satan. We've been praying to Satan a lot. We've been praying to Satan a lot, and you know, usually he comes through. But Candace is a very devout Catholic, so it was hard. It was hard. You know, when people have Christ on their side, it's difficult. But you know, we're just gonna come back harder. You know, we're gonna hire more people, and you know, we're just gonna use that money that we've been making, and we're gonna do whatever we can. You know what I mean? I got real water on my face here. Hold on. I got real. I did cardio in the morning and I couldn't stop sweating. You ever do cardio and you just can't stop sweating? So I had the towel with me just in case. Anyway. Sorry, that was a detour. We got detoured there, guys. I apologize. Colin Tyson. Yeah, it was just really hard, you know. Candace came up and she just hit me with the right and the left, and I was like, you know, I broke my back, you know. It's like spinal. It was spinal. When she hit me with the text messages from Charlie, it was just spinal. I didn't really see the text messages coming the way they did, and there was a lot of them. I didn't really think there'd be so many, and when I saw how many there were, you know, I didn't really have anything to say back. So I tried to do what I could, and you know, we really try to do this type of thing properly, and we just weren't ready today, and it just weren't ready. And you know, I got to give it up to Candace. You know, she really knocked me around. I think I gave her a few good ones too. But you know, it's just the way it works out. You know, it's okay. We come back next time. You know. Anyway. Sorry about that. Sorry. We get just completely off track sometimes, guys. You know, do apologize. Yeah. Got a little detour there. I apologize. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Mike Tyson, you know. What did Tyler say? Robinson laughing before the hearing today. People are trying to defend a monster like this. I mean, this is crazy, right? Because Tyler said this, okay? Because Tyler Robinson was laughing. So Tyler Boyer said this, and then somebody just replied with, What's that? What'd you say? Somebody's laughing at an inappropriate time? Huh? What do you, huh? You want to say that again? You want to just hold on a second? You want to just say that again real quick? Oh, man. Tyler gets it, you know. Tyler's in there. He's fighting his rounds too, you know. He's going through the ringer as well, you know. People are just bringing up that picture ASAP. What can you do? What can you do, man? What can you do? Anyway, really quick about Jack. Really quick. So Anna Escobar was talking about Jack quite a bit. This is Blake. Get out of here, Blake. No, here. Where's Anna Escobar? There she is. So she says, so we have Don Jr. and Jack Posobiec at the trial. Want to know something interesting? Jack was actually military intel from 2010 to 2017 until he went right to work with Steve Bannon while Bannon was working with Big Jeff. In 2021, he was installed at Turning Point. Isn't that funny? Okay. So she says that. Where's the other thing she brought up? She brought up something else as well. Oh, why do I have Blake? But she kept talking about Jack, and she was like, what exactly does Jack do for work? Then Tyler was saying it as well. Sorry, not Tyler. Sam Parker, my apologies. Guys, Jack Posobiec as a Navy intel guy isn't the gotcha you think it is. He literally had it in his Twitter bio until May, going back as far as 2020. Before that, he had veteran intel officer going back to August 2017. This is literally common knowledge on Twitter for almost a decade. So a lot of people were saying this, right? Showing that he would just call himself a veteran intel officer. So he's straight just intel. Right now, the weird thing was, and I won't show it because this person is very frowned upon by the platforms. But Sam actually showed this, and he showed it on X, that there's a guy named Isaac. I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about when I talk about Isaac. You know, Isaac, Tom Hanks, Roadkill. You know, Isaac. Well, Isaac, I didn't realize this. There was a time where this Isaac guy was talking about all of this stuff. And it was way back in the day. If you're a real one, you know. If you're a tinfoil alum, you know about that guy. He's calling out all this stuff. Then he passes away. Right before he passes away, a big celebrity, or right when he passed away, a big celebrity shows a picture of Route 66, and he says roadkill. And this person that I'm talking about got hit by a car. It was pretty crazy. But before he got hit and was gone, he was talking about all these celebrities. He's talking about Seth Green and Tom Hanks. He's talking about all these people wrapped up in this really disgusting stuff. And then Sam shows this clip where it's Isaac. And yeah, he got passed away. Yeah, exactly. He shows this clip of this guy talking, and he says, these are very evil people. And he says, Laura Loomer, Jack Posobiec, and like some other person that's in politics. But when I heard him say Jack, I was like, what the I was shocked. I was shocked. It was going to be the first thing I talk about this morning, but I didn't want to talk about it. But the fact that he said those names was stunning to me all the way back then. So he was saying that while Jack, let me see really quick. I don't want to put it on the screen. What year did that person, you can't even say his name here, man. I'm telling you, you can't even say his full name. What year did he pass? So he passed 2019. So right around the time Jack was labeled or labeling himself, and he's been labeling himself this for a long time as, military intel, veteran intel agent. And he said specifically, Jack, he said, these guys are evil people. He's like, they're doing bad things. They're very, very evil people. And I was like, but you don't even hear about Jack all that often. Like, what was Jack doing that would make that guy call him out? I don't know. It was really weird. It was really weird. And it's one of those things, like I can't even fully cover it the way I need to, But it just made sense with what Anna Escobar was talking about. She kept on questioning. She's like, what does Jack do? What does he do for work? You know, and then somebody posted Jack's views on YouTube, and it's like, he clearly doesn't do that. You know, he kind of works with, I guess he works with Turning Point, but what does he do? What is he? It reminds me of one of those floaters that we talked about earlier and that Barron talked about in his opening statement yesterday. You know, like there's this weird floating thing. Like Jack's just around. He's always just around. He's politics, but politics adjacent. Doesn't say much. Doesn't really do much. You don't really know what he does. You see him on a podcast from time to time, Real America Voice, but we all know what Real America Voice even is. You know what that is, right? It's really, really weird. Really weird. Look, she even has this post here. Good job, Anna, by the way. She even has this post here. She's like, are you starting to get it yet? Yeah. And then it's just calling out Jack, just kind of constantly saying this. I saw leftist Charlie Kirk and they celebrated him. Then 6 days, then, you know, days later, he's just kind of been chanting it. You know? It's weird. Weird. Why would former Navy intel officer be dead set on convincing the American public that a leftist did what happened to Charlie, who waged war on the deep state, intel agencies, the military complex, and more? Just really weird. But she's right. She's right to question it. But I found that so interesting. I can't find the post right now, but she's like, what does he do for work? And it's like, yeah, what does he do for work? I don't know. Anyway, I got to get to the coffees and supers and stuff. But it was just weird. Weird. You ever think about that when it comes to Jack? What does he do? And I got no problems with Jack. I'm just saying, like, it was just a weird thing. I saw the post just over the night as I was researching. Things, and I was just like, what does this guy actually do? Like these two, between Sam Parker and Anna Escobar, I was like, yeah, what do they do? Actually, what does he do? I don't know. Because his jobs are kind of like nondescript. You know what I mean by that? Like he's just kind of nondescript. Calling out Jack Posobiec, Gabe Hoffman, Mike Cernovich, Laura Loomer, etc. as bad people who are evil. Wow, that are unregistered foreign agents. He was saying this back in 2019. That's almost 10 years ago. I was just reading off one of Sam Parker's posts. Yeah, here's the post that from Anna Escobar. She's like, what does Jack actually do for work? And then she shows him just like, you know, there's one video with no views. There's another video with 18 views. And that one is him that I played for you guys. There's another one where he was a part of a podcast with Charlie and a bunch of people called Thought Crime. You know, and there's just no views. And the reason that they show that is not the flex on Jack, but it's just like, where does your money come from? It's kind of like when Tucker was questioning Bill Ackman and he was like, where does that guy's money come from? Because he's not that talented. Kind of the same vibe. Anyway. Yeah, stop writing that name in the comments, guys. Stop writing that name. That name that I dare not say. Stop saying that name. YouTube will get all, you know. They'll get all facade on us, you know. He's probably a connector, Mike Riley. Yeah, right? Like a floater, a connector. That's what a floater is. Like again, in Hollywood, they call them a hanger-on because they just seem like they're hanging on to be around celebrities, and they go from one celebrity entourage to another. But in reality, they actually have a deeper purpose than just trying to be in the limelight with a celebrity. A much deeper purpose. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time, guys. Or maybe we won't. I don't know if I should. Seems weird though. I'd love to know what he does. Like what is his actual position in Turning Point or otherwise. Anyway, let's switch it up. But the fact that that guy was talking about him years ago, and then Charlie aligned himself with that guy. I wonder how him and Charlie met. You know, we always have the conversation, you know, a lot of people, oh, Charlie was this and that and naive and this and that. I don't know. Now Andrew's painting him as a liar. I don't know. He had to have known something. On all the weirdness we see that's around now, he had to have known something. Anyway. Love you, coach. I feel for those officers because you know they are being required to stay on script that has been given to them. He knows he looks like a boob, and no one ever wants to look like a boob unless you're Stacy Sheridan, I guess. But these officers are going through the Zio Ranger humiliation in front of God and everyone. I feel for them. I'm 30 years old, Leo, retired. What does Leo stand for? Someone tell me what Leo stands for. What I would love is for one or all of them would take the stand and break the script and expose the truth. Sadly, I don't anticipate it. Yeah, I wouldn't anticipate that. I wouldn't anticipate that at all. Anyway, law enforcement officer. Okay, true. You're 30 years old. You're retired? Okay. I mean, unless something terrible happened. I mean, otherwise, that's beautiful. Baron will never use the N-word pass you gave him. He runs a high IQ outfit. That's okay. He doesn't have to say it with an A at the end. He can say it with the ER. He can say, like, it's fine. He can say it proper. Thank you, Medic Mama. Love the show, man. When you showed Stacy's, I didn't show her chest. I showed her. Okay, if that's what you saw first, that's on you. Okay, that's not what I was showing first. I was showing her whole outfit. Okay, that's what I was showing. To start the show off, of course, we collectively thought, Mama, baby, them things is fake as she is. Are they? I don't even know. I can't tell. I can't tell in a still, you know. I can't tell in a still. Keep being that amazing independent voice we all love and enjoy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Ash Cash, where the F is Tyler Boyer? Awfully quiet in the back. Yeah, he's chilling right now. I mean, he put out that one statement that was about it. They got everyone distracted with Andrew's, Diddy's, glitter, and baby oil. And somehow nobody is asking about the person who may have been behind the curtain pulling the strings the whole time. Interesting. Let's be real. These failed actors turned activists are not masterminding anything. The acting is bad. The script is weak. And the whole thing is giving background extra, got promoted to main character vibes. That's funny. I know exactly what you mean by that. Who knew everybody had access, had influence, and had a whole lot to lose. Tyler, the puppet master, Boyer, where are you at? Interesting. I mean, he was the one that like put everybody around Charlie. So I definitely get what you mean there. I honestly believe Andrew W. is responding as Andrew Colvette, which is why none of the response messages make sense. It appears Andrew K is senile. It's actually Andrew W. who is still senile. Just saying. Could be. That could be a thing. I mean, he said he was on the payroll. I don't know if it was a one-time, like, hey, train these people, we'll pay you, or if it's like an ongoing thing. He didn't specify. He just specified that he's working with Turning Point now. That's it. And he has an official title. His words, not mine. Rivers, what if Charlie deleted? Let me see. Oh, new computer. Yeah, my wife wants me to get a new computer. I think it's time, guys. I think it's time. put this bad boy out to pasture. Oh man, pasture. What if Charlie had deleted his messages with Candace because he realized he was being watched and monitored? And that is why they kept telling her to release messages between 24 and 25 to prove friendship, because Erica has his phone and she must have checked his phone messages to see every convo he had with Candace, but could not see anything. Interesting. It would explain the crash outs because they were not expecting her to have receipts. And now they realize that he must have been messaging her and deleting the messages. That's true. I mean, they did have a hold of the social media. That's a good point. They did have a hold of the social media, right? Apparently, like that's what Charlie said. So they had a hold, and Andrew verified that, I believe. I'm pretty sure he verified that. Yeah, I hate getting new things. Yeah. That's my wife in there. Yeah, that makes sense. They had a hold of his social media. Maybe it was like, we should get a hold of your phone. Maybe he was like, that doesn't make any sense. My private conversations don't go out to the world. That doesn't need to happen. And maybe he just started deleting the messages because he thought maybe somebody's trying to access them. I mean, his actual friend, Tucker, had that exact same thing happen to him via his Signal messages. Tucker Carlson revealed that, like, I don't know, a year and a half ago, maybe more, where his Signal was hacked and they wanted to see his messages because he was trying to prepare an interview with Putin and they didn't want that to happen. So they stopped that interview from happening. Tucker worked around that somehow and got the interview still, but if it happened to your friend and you know how close you are to the administration and in politics, maybe you would take that precaution. Maybe it would be to protect Candace. Maybe it would be so nobody knew what you were talking about with her. Anyway, crazy. Interesting. That's a good theory. Definitely a good theory. Always be true. Theory about Turning Point USA. All around crash out. The handlers are whipping people left, right, and center. Get back to work, Andrew K. Get back to work, Andrew Wilson. Get back to work, Blake. Get back to work, Graham. Get back to work in panic mode. So they're flailing, and even if it's obvious they're losing, the master handlers don't care. It's part of the minions' humiliation. I don't see any other explanation. If Andrew's crash out bears fruit for the Zio Rangers, good. If it gets burnt in the process and fails, they don't care. They have others to deploy. Andrew knows those receipts exist, so why even go there? He has no choice. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, it seems that way to me. I'm on board with that. It just makes the most sense to me. And you just said it, and I said it during that whole thing. He knows. He has to know these messages exist. So why are they just, why would he even do that? It's a dumb thing to do. Always be true. Coach, you got to check out Nikki from In Cahoots podcast. She's hilarious and deserves to be more known. In her latest YouTube video called Erica Can't Escape This New Theory, Turning Point's Worst Week Yet, 8:30, she covers Andrew Colvette's X post and she's killing it. Listen, I'm the master of tabs and I just went through every single thing. Okay. And you're not going to find anybody else who just did that. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just saying. Okay. We were like 40 tabs deep, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not act like I missed a tab. I didn't miss a tab in that whole conversation, guys. I'm just putting it out. I'm just saying. I get it. The Andrew Colvette post, I get it, but we covered everything. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Sometimes I gotta flex. I'm very nice, but sometimes you gotta flex a little bit. The tabs were on point today. Okay. Shout out to Rosie. Rosie put those tabs together nice. Okay. Hopefully you can check it out and shout her out whenever you can. High Hilarity outfit creators have to band together. Thank you so much. To start, let's say I appreciate Paramount not so tactical by giving us our summer jam. This is why I blocked you. This is why you're blocked. From that song. This is why I'm hot. Oh, I saw what you did there. I see what you did there, you know. I get it. I get what you did there. Solid. Thinking about the Britney video you showed of her freaking out over the word weird, I truly felt that the breakdown was real, like real Britney emerged and was upset from whatever had happened to her and might have been afflicted in association with that word. I'm on the bandwagon with you. I think that EK went through a similar experience. Very possible. I can sense there are rare moments, like when she was on stage talking about her kids not having a father, that she might have shown through the entranced person she is today for what appears to be the majority of the time. Makes me wonder if she's in there somewhere, but her handlers ensure that the person she was never emerges. This might be why Stacy and Hot Hips Mikey McCoy had apparently moved into neighboring apartments with her and Charlie. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I just can't get over that pic of Candace Owens showed on her series from Erica's yearbook from what must have been middle school younger days with the boys' haircut. No girl that young would be down with that haircut. Some might. I don't know. Little girls are weird. Little kids are weird in general. They're very weird, you know. Sometimes they'll just cut their hair. And how many times have you seen that? I've seen that before. Some kids will just be like, "Oh, I just cut it. I don't know. It grows back, right?" They just don't care. I don't know. Sometimes. But yeah, I know what you mean. Whatever happened to her, started very young, et cetera, et cetera. Anywho, celebrating the 4th this year. There were less people, less activities, fireworks, etc. Even though it was the 250th, it was extra lackluster, making me think that maybe there are more of us on the same wavelength than they'd like, which is why the ones with loud and somewhat smaller voices are also entering into the radar. I mean, they are openly stating they are no longer prioritizing. You're going into a lot of different stuff. Keeping your prayers going for you and your family. Thank you very much during this chaotic time. Appreciate you bringing us joy and laughter. Just a hillbilly sending love. Yeah, I called you hillbilly by mistake. I'm sorry. Unless that's what it means. I mean, then it's all good. Sending love from the deep in the heart of Texas. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Another one. Hold on a second. Is this the same one? Oh, it is. Okay. I was like, oh my gosh. Hey, I made it for a live finally. Thank you very much, Stormy. Thank you for coming. Oh, we got a video coming up, guys. Your camera's acting up. Oh, well, yeah, too bad. Dollars to donuts. They have Andrew W responding. Oh, another person. As Andrew K, that's how he's earning his money. The words are too big to actually be Andrew Colvette. That's funny. All right, we got a person here. I don't know what's gonna happen, guys. Okay, just let's see.
Hey, Coach, I just want to tell you that your podcast gives me so much joy. I especially love when I hear you making fun of Tatum. He is such a clown. And whenever I hear you say, Mama, I laugh. And now I talk to my kids. And when they say Mama, I now say Mama. And they now call me Mama. Girls. Now that's what they say. Mama. And we just laugh so hard. And I think of you every time. And thank you for bringing so much light into a world that has so much darkness right now. You're the best. And we love you over here.
Wow. Thank you so much. You know, you just never know what people are going to say. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's crazy. The kids. Mama. I do that too. It's so infectious. I don't know what he's done to all of us. I do that too when I hear my kids say mama. I do the same thing. It's getting to all of us. But thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So cute with the kids. Wow. Anyway, let's move on to these supers really quick. I gotta bang through these. Jeez. Got like 20 minutes here. Let's do this. Let's do this. You got an Encyclopedia Britannica of conspiracies. I kind of do, actually. Suns out, girls out, not guns out. Get it? Because there's no gun. Paid to be a dad joke. Wow. Paid to tell a dad joke. That's so funny. That's amazing. That's actually a good dad joke. That's actually a really good dad joke. Mortal Kombat Ultra. Why is my eye going crazy? Mortal Kombat Ultra Zesty Nefty Fatality. That's where he just kind of like keeps on badgering you on the internet from different personalities, different identities. Off topic, but gotta share it. Lately, when I pray, I say Jesus, and I hear Coach's voice imitating the guy from his church. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. He's a great guy. Me and him are always wearing Bucky stuff. You know, great guy. Oh my gosh. If he ever sees this, he'd be like, "You talking about me? You talking about me on your program?" Anyway, V, the professional says nothing. Let's keep going here. D, I don't think Covette wrote these. A lot of people coming to that conclusion, man. A lot of people coming to the conclusion that that Andrew did not write these. He knows what exists. Graham or Wilson wrote these without Colvette. Graham moved to Arizona to do crisis PR. Did he really? And Officer Tatum moved to Arizona as well. Isn't that interesting? Wow. I didn't know that about Graham, but I heard that about Officer Tatum. He said it in his show. Candace mentioned months ago that Turning Point USA hired a crisis PR team. Does anyone know who exactly that is? Is Andrew flying solo or being led around? Whose decision was it to claim they weren't friends? I don't know. I mean, it could be Erica. It could be Andrew just saying it. But, you know, like we just saw in the previous super there, Graham is there. Graham is in Arizona. Tatum is in Arizona. Andrew Wilson was in Arizona. So Jack 3line, love you, coach. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Andrew Colvette is 100% trust me, bro. Zero receipts on his part. Oh yeah, he has no receipts. Nothing he was saying even made sense. It didn't even make sense. And it would make sense that it was Andrew Wilson trying to do it because he wants so badly to debate Candace Owens. He wants that so badly, and he would take it any way he could get it, you know? Hey, coach, wouldn't Erica have all the text messages with Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk and know the exact timeline? I would think Andrew would have had that info before running his mouth. Yeah, you're 100% right. But again, like the person said in the coffees, maybe Charlie was deleting it. And maybe they have no idea how much info she has, and maybe that's dictating how they navigate things. And maybe when he said all that about not being friends, he really thought, like, hey, like, you know, what more does she have? He specifically said, show me any communications from this long ago. I think they were talking a lot. I really do. And if we find out that he sent her a text saying they're going to kill me, I mean, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's going to be a crazy episode. That's going to be a crazy Candace Owens episode. 250,000 people watching. Oh, I'm telling you, it's going to be crazy. Please check Ian's post about defending Candace Owens from Neff's comments. He said CK told them Candace Owens loves money. Thank you. Yeah, I did check that out, and I think that's BS. Thank you, coach, for everything you do. I think that's BS. I mean, you really don't go work with a nonprofit as it's just starting out because you really, really want money. I mean, do you guys even, like, you guys know what Candace was doing? When Candace was on, a bunch of them have popped up because of the Sean Ryan interview. Go check out her videos from like 8 years ago. She was doing pretty much funny sketches that people have taken today and redone them. Actually, one I noticed, she came out as conservative. That's like a known sketch that somebody did like just 2 years ago. Comes out as conservative to her parents, and her parents are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this." She was the originator of that sketch. I had no idea, but all her videos were getting crazy amounts of views, crazy amounts. So yeah, if she loved money, she could have just kept doing what she was doing. Going into Turning Point actually cut into it quite a bit, actually. Anyway, Dora the Builder, Battle Bun activated merch is a Candace Owens new arrival. Good. Can't wait to see it. I got to get some. Eric, rumor at Turning Point USA Embassy Lanes officer brain dumb Tato head will appear with mom and scream mama code as she will pop up from the mountain of evidence. Salute from Chi-Town, Rogers Park. Be safe, brother. Thank you so much. You be safe as well. And thank you for that tip. We do appreciate that tip. One super chat mama. I'm feeling you today. Hands behind your back, sir. The defense is gonna destroy the state. I believe God's Charlie's army is here. I mean, yeah, who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? It's so hard to tell if it's just gonna be like a kangaroo type of thing or if truth will actually prevail. It's so hard to tell. So hard to tell. They're working overtime. That's what all this is. They're working overtime right now. We're all doing exactly what we've been doing. They're working overtime. It's way different for them. I'm noticing it ramp up on X quite a bit. Charlie said on camera that he feared his inner circle being compromised more than anything. Was Charlie playing Andrew to some degree? Perhaps. Why on earth is the baby yelling like that? Jeez. Oh, I get so annoyed when she does that, when she yells like that, because you know you're not crying. You're just screaming. You're just screaming because you want your way. You know? Can't have spoiled kids. I'm so gonna raise her spoiled because she's my little girl and I give her whatever she wants, but gotta stop it before it happens. It's gonna get too bad. Too bad when they're spoiled, man. It's just too much. Because she's not crying at all. She's just screaming. She's just screaming because she wants to scream. So ridiculous. Kids are so funny, man. So funny. Anyway. But what was that last one again? Hold on. Let me go back. Yeah. I heard this on Blackline Brief. I heard this. I don't know if he was saying that about his circle. I think he mentioned that in regards to what you have to look out for. I don't know if he said that's what I have to look out for. I have to listen to it again. I heard it really quickly while I was trying to prepare for a show like last week, but I definitely heard it. Shake and Bake says, shake and bake. We got to shake and bake. If you ain't first, you're last. Hey, coach. Sorry, I was late. Having a rough time. I fell down my basement steps. I'm recovering. Wow. You do not have to apologize. That is more important. Hope you feel okay. Hope you pray for a speedy recovery from that. That is a wild, terrifying thing that all of us think about every time we go up and down steps. Check out Blackline Brief, June 22nd. This is where he talks about the betrayal within. I really don't. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it, but I'm not gonna say it's a reach. But he's not like, what I fear most in my inner circle is the people who are betraying me on the inside. That's not what he said. But I'll play it. I'll play it eventually. I'll get to it. I just keep forgetting about it because so many things are happening right now. But he doesn't exactly say that. He's saying, it seems like what he's saying, what you have to look out for. And the fact that he's saying that at all speaks volumes. Don't get me wrong. The fact that he is even suggesting inner betrayal makes us see that he is thinking about inner betrayal, but he does not say, what I worry about the most is people next to me who are around me betraying me. He doesn't say that. But I'll play it for you guys. when believers pass, they become saints, coach. We do not become angels. Oh, are you talking about a joke I made? Okay, that's great. Anyway, Project Constitution just posted something interesting on X. I saw it as you were talking about it. It's a little bit much to cover today, but I'll cover it tomorrow. Late today, Shmuley is definitely a floater. Yeah, 100%. He's a weirdo of a guy. It was supposed to be you. Makes sense now. They've been unable to separate Candace and Charlie. Then their plan would have been to off Candace. I've been saying that for the longest time. 100%, Janice. 100%. 100%. I definitely believe that. I think they would have done that. Because again, I've said it before. What makes more sense? To have Erica in the position she's in right now, or to have Charlie in a position where Candace is gone? She's been deified. She's a martyr now. I mean, it just would have made perfect sense, especially at this time. This time, the president, the run for president would have been seamless, because then it would have been Charlie. He gets with Vance, and it's just boom, go. That's it. It would have been real smooth for them. The Philadelphia 33s, the 33ers. That's a good name for them too. Peace and blessings, coach and true family. One love, Coach C. What does mama mean? They said there's a video of an actual shot they've been asking for since the beginning. Now they want an apology. Yeah, it's very weird. I honestly don't think he has anything more than what the public has, and he's just acting like he does, because he knows something is supposed to be. I think he knows what the outcome's supposed to be. I really think they knew they couldn't dupe Candace, so they kept her distance. Kept her distant. Sorry. Have you seen the video of Lori Franzvi in a store? Girl videos her saying she was told to stay away from Charlie. Really? I have not seen that. Please send that to me via X if you can. Shouldn't he be saying allegedly offed him? Yeah, he should. But that's not how you bend reality. That's not how you do it. Thank you for that hair flip yesterday. What hair? I never had hair. See, that's how Turning Point works. What hair? There was never hair. Huh? What are you talking about? You are on fire, coach. I am just cracking up on your bits. There's an immature joke I can make right there. You're cracking up on my bits there. I got to get back to work. Get back to work then, JP. Lunch break. Thanks for making this manageable with truth bombs and comedy. See you later, y'all. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate that. I'm very glad I could help you through the workday. I love that. I sent a video on Buy Me a Coffee. You skipped it. No, I didn't. What do you mean? Why, is there another one? There's Hannah. Who are you? By the way? Who are you? Hannah. So I did yours yesterday. Unless there's another one. I didn't see another video. Let me see here. I think he was Tyler Boyer. AZ politicians were privately saying how crooked he was and to stay away from him. Oh, is it this one? Oh, it's another one from you. Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, let's go.
Mama! That's it.
I love that you're like, hey, hold on. You skipped it. Hold on. I'm like, all right, I got to find this. This is super important here.
Mama! That's it.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. We're almost at the point where my nickname is going to be Mama. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough pulling away from that nickname soon. I know people are going to see me in the street one day and just yell Mama. Which, I'll allow it. We'll know what each other mean. You know what I mean? It'll be, we'll understand. Everybody else doesn't have to, Calling that big black guy Mama, I don't know. Anyway, guys, I have to get going. I am minutes before I have to leave, and I have to leave ASAP. I have to get going. Things to do and all that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Truly, truly appreciate you guys. We will be back tomorrow. I don't know if Barron's going to be live today. It's Tuesday. I feel like I still haven't caught on to his schedule fully. I don't think he's going to be live, but we're going to do some day 2 of the prelims. I'm going to see what pops up. If anything interesting pops up, probably a little bit here and there. Even though it'll be boring, I'll try and make it funny. And, guys, let me know about other things that you want covered. I don't mean like crazy, super can't talk about things, but what else is going on in the political sphere, in the conservative sphere, even in the liberal sphere of things? Who else would you like me to cover? Let me know, because I'm really working on spanning out, and I would love to know what you guys are thinking about that. So please let me know in the comments. Send me things via X. Someone said just the news. Yeah, like let me know what you guys are really into, and we'll start covering it. Okay, Iran war. Okay. All right, perfect. All right, guys, I have to get out of here. The wife is not pissed because she's very kind to me, but I have to be kind back, or else I lose that liberty. I'm out of here. We'll see you tomorrow.